Hello everyone, I hope you're enjoying this super long episode, episode 11, and I'll bring you death. It's a two-part name, with episode 10 being Bring Me Hell. A little bit of a twist on the original phrase, Bring Me Hell and I'll Bring You Heaven. I think you'll find out at the end of this episode why we named it that way. This and episode 12 are two of my favorite episodes that we ever did from the Nightmare Detectives. In the early days, I am so excited for everything that's about to pop off. If my voice sounds a little bit bassy or huskier, I've just been traveling for wrestling. So I'm editing this very late at night. I am trying to get ahead of our schedule because long-time Dust Like listeners will know, Tej and Everett, we are not good at the schedule keeping. Anyway, thank you so much for tuning in today for this latest episode. Whether you are an early Patreon listener or you have heard this when it comes out in, I think, late October. It's crazy how things are shaping up at this point. The trial of Jericho Branch was something that took 2 months to get to, and I think it's been, I believe we started releasing these, so we announced the show and released the first episode in May of this year, and the Hotel Inertia kicked off proper in June, so it's actually taken us 4 months to end this arc, which is kind of crazy. The next arc is a little bit shorter, so that will be helpful at least, but it's all about to pay off. Speaking of which, I just want to very quickly just shout out a statistic. 26,000 people have tuned in total to the last 9 episodes of the Nightmare Detectives Hotel Inertia arc. By the time this goes up, we'll have another episode on top of that. But yeah, and don't get me wrong, I know that this is in no small part thanks to Dark Somnium sponsoring us, signal boosting us because my dumb ass cannot keep to an algorithm schedule. And, you know, some of those people will not be checking us out every time. But I know we're building a loyal listener base, and the only thing I ever ask of anybody to support us in the best way is just leave a comment and share it with someone you know. That's it. That's all I want. And we're in this for the long game. We're going to be releasing this. I think we've got like about 18 months worth of material for this campaign, so we're going to be here for a long time. But I just genuinely, truly wanted to thank you guys for giving up your time and taking a chance on us. And as always, I want to thank our cast. Jericho Branch, played by Trevin, Margot Sloan, played by Amy, Jimmy the Third, played by Chewy, Dahlia, played by Peach, Flebs, played by Joel, and last but by no means least, the workhorse of our crew, Callista, played by Luce, aka SpiritVoices, who does all the transcripts, every episode summary, helps out with the thumbnails, my just my everything. Just I cannot say how much I love this crew and how invaluable Lucy is. And again, thank you to Dark Somnium, thank you to our Patreon supporters. It's really something special. I have been telling horror stories for 13 years and doing it full time for 5 nearly. And every time me and Ronnie, Dark Somnium, make something like the Nightmare Fighting Championship, the Bar Series, it's always very special to me. This feels different in a really exciting way, and I hope that comes across when we tell these stories. They get very sad sometimes, they get very crazy and wacky, but death is, for better or worse, a central part of my life, and this has become one of the most therapeutic and healing ways to really kind of express that, and I hope that comes across to all of you. Nothing is promised. Love the people closest to you, live your best life, and just go out of your way to do something kind for someone. And that's basically it. I will have a longer spiel at the end of our next episode, which is named Claire de Lune, and I am very excited to see all of this come together and for the payoff that I know is coming. Because my goodness, it's just when you create something like that, it's so special to see it really kind of come to fruition like that. And that's it from me. I'm going to throw this back. I'm going to get right into it. I wish all of you the absolute best Halloween. And I hope you're enjoying the new material we put out on the Dark Somnium, some of my freshest material. And if you don't like this, and this is kind of getting annoying, and you don't like the run-ons, and so shut up, Teach. I totally get it. We do have other stuff. We have the Dusklight Drive-In, which is classic sci-fi and some classic horror stories. We'll do that every week. We have original Sturgeon content, and we'll have some other stuff along the way. Dusklight is not going anywhere. All I feel in this moment is gratitude. Thank you so much. I'll see you next time. It has been a long and, some would argue, painful process to get to this point. During your time in the Hotel Inertia, it is safe to say you have met a plethora of memorable, sometimes frustrating, and always memorable characters. You've traveled to places where paint is utilized as both a currency and a form of sustenance, and also a way of capturing memories. You have gone to a realm where everyone lives in tent cities with a sound that makes them sick. You went to Sturgeon's broadcast tower, where strange invisible garbage men only came at night, trying to get at the last vestiges of messages left by people in this world and in the next. You have seen so much. The city of Yharnam, graciously borrowed from Bloodborne, with the hunt in the middle of your way as you try to get further along to getting the truth. You discovered the truth on the 13th floor, where the sentinels of both the concierge who runs Hotel Inertia and the Order of the Moth resided. You made difficult decisions, and you learnt difficult truths. And as that elevator rolled up for one of the last times, Jericho received a letter that perhaps was unexpected in some ways, but anticipated in others. From Dennis Rowe, intimating that once the trial is concluded, there would be a reckoning, and there would be pistols at dusk. And as you stepped out onto this, well, I guess we would call it an unmarked floor, a floor you can't just get to, housing Jericho's former home. This is the floor that has the Order of the Moth's training school, its dormitories, its congregations, and where you've come out, its judiciary halls. And as the sun is setting in the background, there is a sense of trepidation going through each of you as you go to Jericho Branch's trial. Before any of you are able to really kind of do much of anything, as you come out of the doors and you look at the steps, Callista calls around to you all and looks a little bit concerned as a pillar of crows encircles them, and in an instant they are gone, and in their place is a smartly dressed individual standing in a pretty nice black suit with a plague mask. And he looks around at a very very confused group of people, and he puts his hands up and says, "Before you do anything, I need you to know it's not a violent thing. I'm one of Lady Death's retinue. Callista's fine, but the lady, she doesn't really do waiting. When she wants to see you, she calls upon you."
Nice for someone to explain that to us. Will Callista be long? Sorry. Hi, into the situation. My name is Jericho Branch. How are you?
Oh, but that's very nice to meet someone mortal that's polite. Yes, that's different. Normally it's people screaming and backing away into a corner with a shaking hand saying they're not ready to go, typical death things. No, it's lovely to meet you. My name is Dee. I suppose you could say I work for Lady Death, a colleague of Lady Death. I'm sort of doing some extracurricular activities. I'm passing a message, doing a favor. Callista shouldn't be long. I would estimate that she will be back in the middle of the trial. We have been observing what's been going on. Well, if you wouldn't mind, Miss Sloane, would you mind if I had a word before I continue?
With me?
Yes, you specifically.
Okay. Yeah, yes. That's fine. What?
He
What?
kind of leans you, pulls you over, and just kind of gestures to the rest of the group. Takes you about 10 feet away, and he lowers his voice and says, Lady Death knows you took the deal. I'm guessing does that leave you a little bit speechless?
And? Yeah, but what else was I supposed to have done?
You were supposed to heed the warning and say no. I believe it was communicated to you of what these people can do and the consequences of listening to them.
What am I supposed to do next, then? If I've royally fucked up, how do I fix it?
Oh, well, that's the thing, Miss Sloane. You don't. You have already set it in motion, and, well, there is no going back. There is no undoing what you've done. You made a deal. And the kind of deal you made is not one that can be broken. It is... well, it's a little step above legally binding. It's mortally binding. And Callista will have to bear the brunt of that responsibility. I felt... call it a professional courtesy to let you know, because Callista probably will not, that this is your doing, and I sincerely hope it was worth it. I can't tell you what's going to happen next, but this, and he gestures around this floor and says, the things you've seen here, the experiences you've had, that's nothing compared to what these creatures can do. And the stronger you make them, the stronger any of us make them, the harder it's going to be in the long run. And he gives you a minute and pats you on the shoulder and says, I understand. You're only human. I get it. I hope it was worth it. Because
yeah, I guess we'll find out, won't we?
Yes, I suppose we will. Thank you. Thank you for your time. And he shakes your hand and walks back to the group and says, I apologize for inconveniencing you, but I felt, well, Lady Death felt it was perhaps more prudent to do this now rather than in the middle of the courtroom, causing a scene. Well, you seem like a lively bunch. I think I'll take my leave. And Mr. Branch, good luck, sir. For what it's worth, we're in your corner. Lady Death is fond of you. She's fond of you all. And she believes in you.
You see, this is why I kept the bobble helmet to give her my best wishes.
Oh, you kept the bobble helmet.
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, it seemed like a waste. It seemed like a waste to throw away.
Well, hang on a moment. How about a good luck charm? And he actually pulls out a little bobblehead of him, of D, with a little plague mask helmet bouncing back and forth.
I as a sign of our new friendship, I would love to keep that on my person.
Keep it secret. Keep it safe.
Should Callista know I have this?
I think perhaps show it to her when the time is right, depending on how your trial goes. I mean, I think you're innocent, but it's not about what I think. And if you're sentenced to recompense, I don't think that would be the time to show her. But sure, whenever she's ready, whenever you're ready.
Excellent. Just not to add anything else in charge, like disrupting court or anything like that, like any stupid silly mortal things. They all know when Callista gets re-ravened or back into the room, right?
Are you asking if the order will know when she's re-ravened?
I don't want her to just instantly appear and it causes commotion, and there's always obstructing court on the long list of things Jericho.
Well, that's understandable. I would advise that you let your lawyer know of that, and it can be added to the minutes. I believe that the people within that judiciary hall are quite well versed, but yes, I imagine letting them know that one of the fallen who is in service to the retinue of death itself might be making an appearance, yes.
Understandable. Jericho looks back to Jimmy and Flebs. Co-counsel, you heard him. Make note of that.
Noted.
Making a note.
And then he looks back at you with a smile.
Wonderful. May I offer one parting piece of advice to you all?
Is it the Lord of the Rings quote again?
No, actually, it's to do with your group's proclivity to shoot their way out when things go south. Now, we're in the business of death in our industry. However, we're not in the business of pissing off people that have necromantic capabilities. As a favor to me and to my lady, would you mind, if at all possible, not doing that? Now, don't get me wrong, if they provoke you do what you need, but if possible, would you mind?
Of course we don't mind. We came here today to participate in a good, honest trial. As long as they want to participate in a good, honest trial.
Well,
does he think that we're aggressive?
Maybe a little bit.
Well, I would hope they do, although I do know who their prosecutor is. Don't let them provoke you, and, well, good luck to you all, and hopefully we won't see each other soon. Bye! And,
been a pleasure, D.
Bye.
He bows,
Bye.
and, the pillar comes up. And yeah, y'all can continue up the steps, towards this grand hall, unless anyone wants to do anything.
I can't think of anything to do.
Jericho either. In fact, I think he was start walking the stairs and say, "It's funny how we meet how everyone we meet so many pleasant people around Callista that are nothing like her."
She is one of a kind.
Truly.
Okay. Yeah, you guys walk up with that issue. And you're at the main doors, and they open up towards you. And this is what you see. It is a pretty grand hall, with some like a mural on top of the ceiling, depicted at this really crazy battle. And even though obviously what you guys see is the actual main judiciary room, that we're going to imagine it like a reception for this purposes, but you see a young woman and a very large man sort of congregating by a reception area. And there's several doors that go off into other courtroom areas. And there's a few wizards and mages sort of in their own groups. They could be on trial. They could just be waiting to be a part of your trial, Jericho. You don't really know, but they're all kind of talking. And as you all walk in, some of them take a good long stare. Some of them take a short glance. But everyone notices you as you walk in.
As we walk in,
Mm-hmm.
and the people that are staring
Mm-hmm.
at us, Jimmy's gonna look at him and be like, Take a picture. It lasts longer.
One of the groups, they turn back like, how uncouth is a large creature coming in here? This sort of things we used to fight against in the war. Unbelievable. But they do look away. They look away at you.
I'll say, Jimmy's
Yeah,
in a...
I'd like to say boo very loudly to anybody staring at me.
Okay. For the sake of the humor that could come out of this, can you do me a favor and roll a charm? I want to see how loud the boo is.
Let's go.
All right, so 13. Yeah.
It's loud.
You don't you don't yell boo, you actually shoot your gun. You shoot your gun and you've got a setting on it which is clown. And so when you shoot it, the gun goes boo! And then it does like a lot of and everybody around the room except the two people at the back, they jump. One person like literally falls back on their butt. Like they are very spooked, and they kind of when they gather themselves, they scurry away. They go far the fuck away from all of you. And
See, Jimmy, that's the approach we take.
I know, so much for not making a scene when we get here.
well,
Definitely a solid first impression.
We have to
nobody-
establish
nobody-
dominance now.
True, and nobody got hurt.
the two
Small
people at the
victories,
back,
I guess.
the two people at the back begin walking towards you, with pretty. Well, the young woman looks pretty peeved, and I will drop their images in the chat. But she has a stack of papers, and she goes, she kind of because you're all you're not all walking in a line. She walks past Margot, doesn't give you any acknowledgement. Walks past Flebs, takes a moment to look at Julia, but not long enough that they could stay. Yeah, they're obviously tempted, but it's like a very quick glance. They're very no nonsense. This young woman looks at you, Jimmy, and just kind of sighs. Looks at you, Dahlia, and without missing a beat, hands you a citation for making noise in a federal building. And it's got like a fine at the bottom of it, and it says go to courtroom C7 on this day, this time. And she makes a beeline for you, Jericho, and the man next to her is just kind of grinning, like he's just like a happy grandfather, happy uncle, whatever. And she looks you up and down, and she looks at the collar, the mark on you, and she pulls out her foci, and it resonates, and she gets a feedback of the information, says, "Okay, Jericho Branch, thank you for coming to your scheduled trial. Kind of an immature entrance, but we've come to expect that from people. People don't like to be at court. You will be in A7. They are just gathering right now. We expect the trial to last no more than a couple of hours. Your defense attorney will be with you shortly. The prosecutor will also introduce themselves to you. And do you have the evidence that you need for this trial?"
I do. I've collected the 5 pieces of evidence as was instructed by the old people from the dark room.
The old people from the okay, all right. You've had a long trip. I'm gonna leave that alone. My name is Lily Quill. I am the assistant to the Magister of the Order of the Moth. This is my colleague. His name is Arbiter Nolan. He will be presiding over the proceedings to make sure that nobody steps out of line and that at the end, justice is served. He will probably not be participating very much outside of that. And he holds out a big hand and still gritty, says, "Mr. Branch, pleased to meet you. I've heard a lot about you. And, if it were up to me, you wouldn't be here at all. You'd be out doing your own thing. Frankly, this whole thing's a goddamn disgrace."
Jericho will reach his hand to shake his. But pleasure to make your acquaintance, Mr. Nolan. And you know what? This is it's not that bad. I'm thinking this is more of just another adventure, a big chapter in life. You know, people. I think people can write a really good bestseller off of this.
He his eyes flash. He says, "Well, I hope that's what happens, Jericho, because if it goes south, it's me that's gotta handle it, and I don't wanna be any part of that." But, and Lily cuts him up and says, "But you're contracted to be here, and you're paid to do your damn job, so don't get chummy with the accused, Mr. Nolan." And he shrugs and chuckles, and he looks over at you, Jimmy, and says, "Hey, big guy, you want it? You and me should arm wrestle at some point. I feel like you might be able to give me a run for my money amongst these spell users. Not a lot of muscle up in here, you know what I mean?"
Yes, sir. I sure do. And I mean, if we find a time here when this trial's over and we're not getting run out of this place tarred and feathered or whatnot, I'd be okay with obliging you with that.
Lily takes a look at the rest of the group, because obviously you've got Endicott and you've got Wendy with you. And she says, "Mr. Branch, have you decided who is going to be accompanying you in the accused chamber? You can only have two, in addition to your defense attorney. The rest of your party will they'll need to sit in the witness area until they're called."
It's cool. Do we have a moment to huddle?
Yes, of course. Your friends can also sit outside of the court if it's a bit too much for them. That is also an option. Please, go ahead. And she and Nolan step away for a minute.
The nightmare take its form, the huddle.
Yes, we do.
All right, we talked about none of this. Who's all going back there with me?
Well, you can only
What do
take
you want to
two.
do?
Yeah, it's your choice. So just remember, you can only take two.
I'll go.
Take Flebs with you.
Yeah.
I've got some good rolls that might help us in court. TJ, can I use my moves?
Can
For,
can you use your moves
like
when...
preparedness? I read about this sort of thing in the court trial.
Probably not. I mean, I guess you could, but like it's a trial. So, the sort of things they're going to be doing, and we'll get into it in a minute, but the trial will be basically about Jericho's character. Like you can certainly influence, like when they're doing questioning, or like you can ask questions to convince the jury and the Grand Magister. But like, so preparedness, yeah, you could be prepared. I guess it would depend on what you feel you would need, with regards to that. But like, I would say, you know what? Yes, you can use. I've read about this sort of thing often, right? In preparedness, yeah. Anything combat-wise, okay. I'm never gonna say you can't do that. I'm just gonna tell you that would not be a good idea. But yeah, if it's about dialogue and it's about, it's a trial, so like you got to convince them of Jericho's good character. Yeah, I would say so.
Okay, so can I
Then
make?
you do
a
not want
suggestion?
Margot to go with you.
One more time, Peach.
Can I make a suggestion then for Jericho?
Sure.
Flebs and I, because of the powers that we have, might be the best to have in that courtroom. And no offense to Jimmy, but Jimmy might scare the shit out of everybody.
That's the thing about it. I'm not sure how good it's gonna go over if we're caught using magic in the courtroom. Well, Flebs is one thing. He's just a smart guy with a duffel bag of some kind. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either.
Endicott kind of has been listening, and he leans his head and says, I actually think Dahlia would be a good interpreter between the witnesses and the inner chamber. Dahlia can listen to everybody. So while I would agree, mind reading may go from bad to worse, Dahlia's ability to tap into other people's feelings and thoughts, provided they are not the Magister, who can probably sense that from a mile away, would be invaluable in ensuring everybody in our group knows. Yes, you can only take 2 people in, but whether Dahlia's in the witness statement area, in the accused area or the witness statement area, I believe it's the go-between that is important there.
So, that's pretty solid counsel. And Jericho looking at Dahlia. Are you going to be okay this time? If you end up having to use any of your pseudo telekinetic empathic stuff,
Oh.
you're not gonna have a breakdown, are you?
That's a point, Dahlia. You do have the temptation, which, as an evil DM, I could do it any time. But hey, that's part of the risk, so...
I'm not crazy. I'm a fucking table.
I didn't say you're. What does that mean? We don't have time.
Like, as in stable? Like,
Endicott goes, that's a hell of a good track. I respect it.
All right, cool. Then I think I'm in agreement with this. Flebs and Dahl, they're my counsel. Everyone else?
Don't ever call me that again.
Flebs and Alia are my counsel.
Wendy leans in and is like, you don't want the scary Wendigo bitch in there? You don't think they would respond well to that, Jericho?
Why are you doing that now? Why is this the time to do that?
I'm just... I haven't said
You don't see
anything.
Jimmy doing that right now.
Well, Jimmy's automatically scary. Jimmy's scary from a structural standpoint. I'm scary because I can change. I could sit in that witness box and then I could just change and I could become the Wendigo of Nightmares like that. They wouldn't expect that, Jericho.
Wendy, no offense. I literally have a gun.
Uh-huh. What's your point?
Guys, we're not here to scare them into agreeing with this. That's not how courtrooms work.
I'm just... Intimidation can... All right, you know what, Jericho? That's fine. I respect it.
No, okay, no, do not be like that. I thank you for
Okay. You made your choice?
Yes.
Okay. Lily steps in and says, Mr. Branch, who will be representing you in the witness box?
On both sides of me. These two.
Okay.
Wait, the witness box. Yeah, right?
Yeah, I should have said the council box. Excuse me, council box and witness area. Get confused. Okay, that is Flebs Taylor and Dahlia Rose. Very well. We have all the information on you we need already. Please go and take a seat. Your lawyer will be over shortly to discuss your options. Is there anything you need from myself or from Mr. Nolan before we leave you to it?
No. Oh, can I know the name of my my defense lawyer? I mean, I think I should know that maybe before going in the room with him. And also, thank you too. You've been a great help. Everything you're doing here, everything runs so smoothly because of people like you.
Well, we appreciate it. If you could make sure not to fire any more guns, that would be great, because otherwise Mr. Nolan here is going to have an extra payment going into his bank account, and I really don't want to deal with that paperwork, Mr. Branch. It's been an exhaustive season so far. You would not believe how many wizards evade their taxes.
Jericho looks left and right for a second. Yeah.
Yeah,
Sorry
tax
about that.
evasion. Who does that?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Well, I mean, you are in here for a much seriouser crime, so I really wouldn't. I mean, they'll get a fine, maybe a year in ultra prison, but yeah, I think they'd rather be where they are than where you are. Mr. Branch, are your spectral beasts coming in with you?
They're allowed to, right?
Are they emotional support beasts?
You can say that.
Okay, no problem. I just couldn't help but notice they're kind of cute. And she's got a chameleon around her like shoulder, like he's just like vibing, and he turns a really bright green when he sees you, Jericho, and starts shaking, and she strokes the back. She goes, "This is Gus. He's my familiar. Really good comforter."
Handsome man. This is Wolf, and this is Saint,
And this is Julia.
and that is Julia.
She wants to pet Julia, but she resists, and she pulls her hand back and says, "It's been a pleasure. We will be around if you need us. Otherwise, we'll see you in the court in 30 minutes. And, oh, no, you asked, yeah. You're a defense lawyer, and you have the option to appoint your own, but it's, OF Province. I believe you were acquainted before?"
Oh, that's kind of relief. For a moment, I thought you were gonna tell me like Paint Gunkerson. I was just gonna throw my hand, sit down over there, and start sobbing into my palms. Thank you.
No, we don't want a, look at my lawyer dog, I'm gonna go to jail moment. We don't want that here.
Very much appreciated.
All right, you take care. Yeah, she goes off, and there's a little bench you guys can sit on. And yeah, you have OF Province as your lawyer. You could dismiss him and have Endicott or Wendy take his place, but I'm assuming you're cool with Province.
It's my lawyer.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So, do you guys want to talk amongst yourselves? Does anyone want to do anything while you wait for Province? I'm getting, sorry guys, I'm getting some really crazy lag. I don't know if it's just me. Like, I saw Jericho's voice thing come up on Discord and no audio came out, but it's happened before where it comes up and then it just, like, I get all the audio at once. Am I coming through clearly to you?
Oh.
Okay, now I heard you. I heard you fine there, but a minute ago, you lit up and then you disappeared and I didn't hear a thing. I don't know if anyone else is experiencing that.
Yep.
Sounds good to
I was having
me.
an issue with Discord earlier today. I'm not sure if it's cleared up yet, though.
Okay, well, you're coming through fine now, so that's okay. If it happens, I'll just, yeah. I didn't hear what you said before.
Jericho is probably just gonna sit here and basically be watching the clock, kind of contemplating, thinking about the trial.
Margot?
No, nothing in particular. Margot's just kind of stuck in her own head after that conversation still, so she's just
Okay.
she's good.
Jimmy?
Jimmy's gonna walk over and sit down next to Jericho and, just be there.
Okay.
Mm.
Okay. Dahlia?
I think Dahlia is gonna kind of notice that Margot's a little off and kind of slightly cock her head to the side and be like, "What's got you so fucked up?"
Okay. Margot, you gonna share that, or are you gonna kind of non-plus it?
For now, I'll just kind of shrug it off and just, it's nothing, because we don't really have the time to go into that right now. So
Okay.
But yeah, no, it's nothing. I'm just anxious for this trial, I guess.
Fair enough.
Okay. And Flebs, anything you want to do?
Pet Julia.
Understandable. Yeah. I won't make you roll.
Always
to
pet Julia.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Please don't.
Yeah, no, you fail the roll, you accidentally, yeah, no, we're not gonna do that. All right, so, yeah, you wait for a little while, and sure enough, OF Province turns up, same moth staff you saw before. I don't remember what voice I gave him. Does everyone remember what his accent was?
Pretty sure it isn't true, but I was gonna say Welsh, but at the same time, I'm pretty sure it isn't true.
No, well,
remember
Nell
at
is
all.
Welsh. Nell is the only Welsh character, as far as I know.
Ah.
I tell you what, I'm gonna give him a Cornish accent. That's fine. Yeah, okay, that's fine. He comes back and he sort of like he's almost a bit too overjoyed to see you. He's like, bloody hell, Jericho Branch, it's been too long. How have you been? Are you well? Obviously not great. I mean, you're here, and that's not ideal. Well, I guess this is a unique way to reunite. OF Province, defense attorney for the great Jericho Branch, the Stormbringer. Bloody Nora, it's mad.
It's great to see you again, Mr. Province. And,
Mr. Province is my father. Just call me OF or O. Just don't call me for dinner.
Great humor as usual. And this is not terrible. Kind of getting here in its own was, I feel like, I want to say the hard part, but again, I haven't stepped into the courtroom yet. I am optimistic on our chances today.
Well, that's good.
I think we have a new member since last time we talked.
Yes.
Dahlia.
Oh, lovely. All right there, Dahlia. OF Province. I work for the Sturgeon Nexus, the biggest news corporation, and I'm also a licensed defense attorney for the Order of the Moth. Lovely to meet you.
That's a career.
It is.
That is a career.
It's a career. It pays my bills, and I get to help people out like Jericho. I must admit, I do know who you are. I've been reviewing all your footage since you came here. I mean, you probably didn't know that. Right. Not the best way to break this news. Everything you've all done has been recorded, and the prosecutor asked that it be used as evidence, and it was granted. So, yeah.
That's fine-ish. I don't think we've done anything too... Oh, fuck.
That's not really reassuring me there, Jericho. Now, I've seen the footage. What's your fuck moment? I feel like I should be asking that as your lawyer.
My only slightly fuck one would probably be the pursuer ordeal, but that's, I feel like in the grand scheme of things,
yeah,
this could be a kind of fuck, not a fuck.
The Tent City incident
I should have waited.
Might be.
Sorry.
The Tent City incident might be your fuck moment. Dahlia threatening Paint Gunkerson and conspiring to kill him might be another fuck moment. Margot
That has
Rose.
nothing to do with Jericho.
No. Is this a case? Is this a case for the Nightmare Detectives or for me?
Well, here's the thing. You want Dahlia in your council. And
character. Yeah, okay, gotcha.
Yeah, you see, a trial is not only about the person, it's about the character of the people they keep. Now, I think you're all bloody fantastic, or I wouldn't represent you. However, when they meet the three of you, they're going to have a small video playing for each of you. And for Dahlia, they're going to see the threats towards Paint Gunkerson. It's not good. Not a good impression. But then I will agree, these two were good because you have the big man, who I really like, beating the living shit out of your other friend to the point of near death.
Yeah, I was... In my head, I imagine like that being looped over and over and over again with like Looney Tunes and sounds.
I mean, I believe they were going to do it to Benny Hill, but I think they were pulled back. Now the redheaded
to be
one.
fair, he did insult me, and he said that I smelled like Low Raider IO when he smells like bitch.
I don't think it's time to insult each other. They might still be recording stuff.
No, they can't record in here. It's New York rules, not allowed. But then he looks over at Margot and says, Miss Sloane, this is a little bit awkward of me to say, but I think you should stay out of the courtroom. You took a deal with one of the gravediggers, and it turns out they don't know that yet. And I would really like to keep it that way. Because if they find out you took a deal, Jericho might be fucking dead.
Yeah, okay. Then, yeah, if it'll help Jericho, yeah.
You sure you're cool with that?
I mean, I have to be. Yeah, I mean,
I'll give you something to do. Don't worry,
fucking
Margot.
pissed, but pissed at myself. So,
Would you like anyone to sit with you? One of your other friends, like.
no,
All right.
no, that's okay. You guys can go.
And I believe you've got Endicott, your mentor, and Wendy Hathale sitting in the box with you as well. That's good. People you helped. That's good. I'm assuming we're pleading not guilty, and obviously your character references, and I'm told you got your evidence as well, Jericho.
All those things are very much true.
Right. Would you mind if I take them? We'll get them all together and present them.
Where are you taking them?
Into my suitcase. We'll just have them ready.
Just because Jericho's like really suspicious of the situation. Is like any like role I could make to see if he's like lying or just trying
yeah,
to.
of course.
Yeah.
Well, Dahlia can help
That'd be
you
like
out
a
there as well.
She wants to. You gotta say go for it for sure.
Dahlia, what do you want to do?
Why are my speakers doing that? 1 second.
That's on my end too.
And two.
Oh, good. It's not my speakers. Well, that's good. I was like, I just bought these. Anyway, yeah. Could I help Jericho out? And can I use telepathy and just make sure that it like read a bad situation?
Yeah,
without
yeah.
needing to talk.
Yep. Go right ahead.
Again, Stephen.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
That's okay. Yeah, read a bad situation. Go for telepathy. Okay. You got an 8, so the curse has been broken a little bit here. Because I know you had rolled some very bad rolls. So you get to hold 1. On 1, I would like you to ask me just one of the set of questions from that list, please. Can you see them, or would you like me to read them to you?
Yeah, I'm sorry, my speakers, the like static was like giving me a borderline panic attack. It's the stream, by the way, if anybody else is having that issue, because when I X out of the stream, it's not doing it anymore.
Yeah.
Okay, one of the default questions.
Can you see them, or do you want me to copy and paste them?
No, I see them. I'm deciding which one I want to ask. Notice would be the best one.
Are there any dangers you haven't noticed?
Well, I mean, the question that I want to ask, I can't ask, and it's about taking the documents away from Jericho. Like, none of those make sense. For what I was trying to ask.
For any dangers you haven't noticed, the answer is yes. So you can communicate that to Jericho however you want, and then Jericho, you can make your roll.
Hey, Jericho, I don't know what's going on, but something isn't good here. So just please be very cautious of the things that you do and say.
Hey guys, that sandwich I ate is not agreeing with me. I'm gonna head to the restroom real quick.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be right back though.
Mhm.
Okay.
I couldn't tell if that was in character or not. So I'll be right back. Taking in what Dahlia said. Jericho roll. Would it be like a sharp roll? Or would it be another read a bad situation roll?
It's up to you. That's entirely up to you. What do you think it'd be? Like, what would you? What would you?
Like,
are you looking to figure out anything about him, or?
About him at this moment in time, maybe not. More along the line of the situation, as in is it in my best interest? No, that doesn't sound right either. Is it like to Jericho? Does it seem like everything is on the up and up to hand over the evidence, even if is his defense attorney?
Okay, I would say to the role you want for that. I mean, you could roll use magic to see if there's any magic going on. You could do a sharp roll just to look with your eyes. You could roll act under pressure if you want to resist. I would say those are your options.
I think I'll go for the use magic roll then.
Okay.
And trying to basically detect if there is any, like, if there's anything shady magically going on here, rather it be like.
Sure.
Yeah, gotcha.
What do you think is going on? What does Jericho think is going on?
Inherently, he's just worried. He really is just worried about handing over all the evidence that him and his friends just risk their lives to get for the trial. Maybe to basically just anyone who isn't in the group, but at the same time, he wants to ascertain if if something is off here with asking for the 5 memories, if they've been watched this entire time.
Okay. Okay. You got a 7. What would I give you on a 7? It's a mixed success. I tell you what. Let's use that mixed success practically. What specifically are you doing with your magic roll first and foremost? Like, are you looking at him and his aura? Are you looking at his briefcase? Like, where is that magic being honed that you're trying to look in at?
At O's aura, I'd say.
Okay. And what when you see his aura, what would you be looking out for? Just unusual cadences?
Unusual cadences, like anything altered, like maybe like altered perception. Maybe it's not. Maybe if it's even his aura, like as if it feels like a disguise spell.
Okay. Yeah. It looks unusual. On a 7, because it's just barely a pass, it looks unusual. You would need to do digging to see if that's his own aura that he's casting to do something different, or if it's someone else's. At this point, I'm going to say you don't really know. Something does seem off, though. So you could certainly dig deeper. But that's, on a 7, you could probably just about figure out something's up.
Okay, then. Oh. Think I'm racing with him. I'll ask. Oh, are you all right?
Am I all? Yeah, I had a big lunch. Had a long sleep. I'll admit. Don't quite remember getting here, but that is how it goes sometimes when you're a defense attorney. When you're one for them off, they just kind of pick you up and drop you in.
Well, hold on. Before we move forward, my friend, you should take a seat. Just sit down. You look haggard, a little tired. Well,
Are you trying to manipulate him at the moment?
I am trying to get him a more comfortable, and in a sense, yes, I am.
I'm gonna just
All right, I'm
turn. Okay, I was about to turn you down there, Joel. You feeling okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Well, let me know if you need to take a break or anything. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. Okay. So you're trying to manipulate him. Sorry, Jericho.
Yes.
Okay. Roll manipulate a hunter. And I'll give you, I'll give you a +1 because you did just use magic roll as well to determine that. Okay, I got a 10. Beautiful. Okay, yeah,
Let's go.
He's like, I actually do feel pretty exhausted. Yeah, I think I'll sit down. And the moment he sits down, his whole body just kind of like deflating. It's like he's exhausted. And what do you want to do with that manipulate roll?
When I'll ask a few probing questions. Like you said, you weren't sure how you got here today. I mean, it's a busy week at the office, or
On a 10, if you're going to ask more than one, I'll give you one. You'll have to roll for the others, but that's fine. So choose your question wisely. If you want other questions after that, you got to re-roll.
okay. And sticking with the part where you said,
Yep.
you said you weren't sure how you got here.
Yeah, well, we met at the bar. You were, I believe you lot were in the middle of Mantis Bay at the time. I had to go off and do some things. And then, nothing. I woke up. It was in a strange room. I was told, Mr. Province, you've got a client waiting. It's Jericho Branch. This is what's going on, and I reviewed the evidence, and here we are. Very strange.
Yeah, that's strange indeed. You might be overworking yourself, sir. Do you mind if I... This might sound very odd and probably personal. Mind if I take a look at your briefcase?
Okay. That would be probably another manipulate roll.
Okay.
Okay. He kind of bristles and says, well, there's a lot of sensitive documents in there, Jericho. I'll do it if you'll give me the evidence afterwards. Is that... We'll do an exchange, right? Because I can look over that while you're looking in the briefcase. Does that sound fair?
So you'll just be looking over the evidence while I just take a look at your briefcase.
Yeah,
just so we're all sure here.
Yeah, I want to take
on. Before Jericho does that, can I roll to manipulate somebody using telepathy? Whatever the fuck the word
telepathy?
is.
What do you want to do?
I just want to try to get into his mind to make sure he's not gonna run off with that shit, because that was a nightmare to get.
Okay. Yeah, you can. I've had to tell you just so I'm echoing through your... Have you got new speakers or you got a headset? I'm echoing through them. I don't know if that's come through anyone else.
I did get new speakers because my old ones broke.
Gotcha. Okay. Alright, no problem. Yeah. Roll. Yeah, go for telepathy. I will probably put a cooldown on it after this, though.
To manipulate someone, right?
Yeah. I'm probably going to put a cooldown on it after this, though, because you've used it twice in quick succession. Okay. Alright, you got an 11. What do you want to do with the manipulate someone?
Just kind of subconsciously send a wave, if he has any plans on running off with that shit, he just doesn't want to do it anymore.
Okay. Here's what happens. He he mechanically hands over the briefcase under a trance, and then he gets up, smiles, bows deeply, and then he collapses to the floor and has a seizure. And then he is out after about 5 seconds. And people are rushing while you guys are silent. People are rushing over to check him over. Lily comes over as well and is freaking the fuck out, and she kind of creates like a little space while you're all sort of reeling, and she looks at you and says, "What happened? What did you do? What happened to him?"
I don't know. He just kind of started having a seizure. I don't know.
He handed me his briefcase and he just started seizing on the ground. I offered him a seat because he looked tired.
Oh my goodness.
Some seizures can be stress-based. You know what they say.
No,
this is
not stress-based. We're gonna have to put this building into the lockdown. God damn it, Nolan, would you mind? And Nolan nods, and he pulls out a foci. It's made of steel. It's like a baton that extends out, and he whispers something, and the whole building is enshrouded in a silvery glow, and the doors lock and the windows shut, and he nods and looks over at the body of Province and kneels down and kind of gives her a look, says, "May I?" And she acquiesces, and he places the foci on the back of Province's head. And he pulls the wand away and takes a look and says, "Well, this is manipulation magic. This poor man, he didn't come here willingly. Did you give him anything? Did you provide him with anything, any of y'all? Mr. Branch? Miss Rose?"
No, but he did mention us that he wasn't sure how he got here this morning.
God damn. And he looks at Lily and whispers something in her ear, and she looks very uncomfortable and then nods. And she turns to you, Margot, says, "Miss Sloan, would you mind going with Mr. Nolan? I think we need to try and locate where this is coming from. I would postpone your trial, and we can't do that. It's about to start. Would you mind going with him?"
Okay. Margot goes to follow.
Are you sure?
I mean, gotta get through the trial, right?
Fair enough. I mean, I
Gotta
trust
get you
your
out of
judgment call. All right. Fair.
You take the
trouble.
legs. You take the legs. I'll take the shoulders. We'll take him down to the physician. Okay.
All right. Margot grabs his legs.
And Nolan, Arbiter Nolan, and Margot, and Lily Quinn take him off. As there's a like a bing bong, if you will, like a bong bong, and a terminal voice which sounds like Lily rings out and says, "This is an automated announcement. The Judiciary Committee has voted that the building will be in lockdown until we find out the saboteur of 1OF Province. And in other information, it is time for the trial of Jericho Branch. Could the accused, their party, all witnesses, prosecutors, and judges make their way to the courtroom? Thank you." And doors open. And I assume you're all going in?
Is Endicott near us?
Yes.
As we're approaching doors, I'll just let him know. Hey, you notice me and Jim might do a defense attorney now, right?
He kind of pauses and he has that blank expression, and he says, "Oh fuck." But I mean, yes.
You know,
No, it's fine. No, it's fine. Do you mind if I have one last half? I'm going to need it.
Fuck it, go for it, man.
Thank you. I've got nerves of steel when I'm in there, but my God, I'm going to. Right, and he has a clear can that says Endicott's special sauce, and he huffs that motherfucker. And sure enough, it actually doesn't make him go crazy. It steals his gaze, and he says, "Right, all set, boy. We'll make this work. Off we go." And
Off we go.
yeah, Jimmy, you want to do anything before we go in, or are you all good?
Nope, I'm just gonna follow Jericho, Flebs, and Dahlia into the courtroom.
Okay. All right. Y'all go in, and there is a this is what you see. I'm just gonna switch up the scenery here. And sure enough, it's like a normal courtroom. It's really nice. It's pretty simple in the way that it's sort of designed. There is a grand moth design in the back, and there's a computer screen that is overarching. And you see a series of individuals on high chairs at the back, with 3 on one side, 3 on another, and then a larger plinth in the center, which has a pretty old Asian-looking guy wearing like a more of a modern ensemble with a top hat, a huge staff with a moth at the top, and 2 people on either side of him. One looks like to be a stenographer, and one looks to be a younger mage. And Jericho, you know that this is the Grand Magister. And as your memories are returning, he's someone who's becoming familiar to you. He's Coralinius, Grand Magister Coralinius, and he just kind of watches you softly as you all come in and congregate. And just to make it easier, the gang who are not sitting in the box with you, they're only like 2 rows down, as everybody takes their seats. And yeah, I would imagine it's pretty daunting. Say again.
Can you repeat the name of the Magister, please?
Yep, it's Grand. I'll write it in the visual delights. Grand Magister Coralinius. And he is essentially the authority above the authority. So he's above Dennis. He would be Dennis's and your master. And yeah, you will get situated as the room goes silent and the lights are dimmed and some green flames are put around the room. And Lily, not Lily, excuse me, and you hear a voice call out as it's next to Magister, and it says, if you're all seated, the trial for Jericho Branch will now commence. Is the prosecutor ready? And sure enough, you all look around. Who do y'all think the prosecutor is?
Is it fucking Nautilus?
I hope not.
You see a pillar of...
It's not Pink Gunkerson.
It's not Pink Gunkerson. That'd be great. You see a pillar of light come down on the right side, and it's Nautilus standing there with his 2 members of the group that you recognized before, and he says, "Oh, I am Nautilus Erdlith, next in line for head of the Order of the Moths Research Division, humbly at your service." And then this individual looks over and says, "Is the defense ready?"
We're so fucked.
I hate Nautilus so much. Yes.
Endicott stands up and says, "Yes, I'm fuck. Yes, I'm here. Yes, I'm the defense. The previous defense attorney He died. No, not died. Sorry, I'm a little
Suffered a
bit.
seizure. Suffered a seizure.
I'm a little bit nervous. He suffered a seizure. We wish him well. Thoughts and prayers. Gone back to his home. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yes, I am ready. I will be taking his place. The stenographer, whoever this person is, just kind of eyes her eyes and is like, right, okay, please state, you also need to state your name. We have Nardless Erdlith, Jericho Branch, and you are? And Endercott's eyes just kind of glimmer. It's like his moment. And he says, Lion Wizard Endicott the Effervescent, Warlock of the World Unseen, Scourge of the Bullies, and constant thorn on the side of justice, 6-star General of the Unification War between Sturgeon, Minotia, Mantis Bay, and Piranha Peaks. The monstrous know me as Strotior the Forbidden, the farmers know me as the Cultivator, the Black Girls refer to me as Vekior the Unpaying, the Cryptic Compendium calls me that drug-addled twat, and the Mundane know me as Dave. You may know me as Defense Attorney Specialist Endicott. And he turns back to you, Jericho, with like a thumbs up, like he's like looking for approval.
Jericho facepalm.
Dahlia throws herself back in the chair slightly and just mutters, "We are so fucked."
Flebs gives thumbs up.
He was looking for that. Jimmy, do you give a thumbs up?
Yes, I do.
2 thumbs up. He'll take that. The stenographer's just like, Jesus, all right, nobody in this court ask that man his name. Again, am I clear? Nobody. Right.
That's like,
Mm-hmm.
just want to pull Endicott back just for a moment, saying, "Hey, when in a courtroom, you can avoid the whole thorn in the side of justice part."
But how will they
don't
know
like-
that I'm not with the 4-5?
You're supposed to. You have to be with the 4-5 in the courtroom.
But a cab all the way, Jericho. I mean, it's not a crime to be against the police.
It's the literal meaning. It's the literal way you say it. You cannot say thorn in the side of justice in a courtroom, a place that's supposed to establish justice.
Can I say tickler of the balls of the side of justice?
A thorn in the side of justice is perfectly fine.
Could I say pulls the nose hairs of justice?
I'm just gonna go back to my little section over here.
Finger in the butthole of justice. Okay, fine. He kind of acquiesces. Fine. Look, for the purposes of this courtroom, I am a great lover of the law. I never break the law. In fact, I am rather aggressive in keeping the law going. Yes, that's right. Yes. And he leaves back. Jericho,
We're so fucked. We're so fucked. We're so fucked.
Anyway, so they move. Says Jericho Branch, I must check your competency. Do you know why you are here today?
I stand trial for crimes committed against the Order of the Moth. Nothing specific, just the general umbrella term of crimes committed against the Order of the Moth, as I was told.
You stand here for crimes against the Order of the Moth, specifically that of necromancy, breaking chapters 3 and 6 of the Code of the Moth. Do not raise a member of the dead. Do not disobey the Order's core tenements. And critically, you shirked your responsibilities after signing a contract with the Order of the 13th Floor to be a Commerce Sentinel and turned your back as a member of the Moth and as the Stormbringer. You are here specifically on charges of breaking code orders, necromancy, and sedition. How do you plead?
Not guilty.
And the stenographer note says, confirmed, not guilty.
Confirmed.
Very well. God, I've just realized I'm doing defense and prosecution. Oh my god, I'm literally judge, jury, and executioner in this. That's gonna be fun.
If you want to, I can definitely take the helm for your defense.
I think we'll figure something out so that you can kind of defend yourself a little bit here as well.
All right, sure.
All right. Prosecutor, your opening remarks. And Nautilus kind of comes out and says, I would like to open my remarks by saying that I respect Jericho Branch. However, that does not change the fact that he has denied responsibility for his mistakes. It shows a mark of immaturity. It shows a lack of understanding of the rules and a lack of foresight. And I will prove to this court that Jericho Branch should not only be excommunicated from the Order of the Moth, but should also, by proxy, have his powers stripped permanently from his person and be cast out to fend for himself, if not executed for sedition. I call Flebs Taylor to the stand.
Uh-oh.
Now, Flebs, would you like your character to also have had a sandwich that doesn't agree with them? Would that help a little bit, just for the sake of continuity?
To have, have what?
To have had a sandwich that doesn't agree with him, in case you end up going off sick. If your character goes off sick as well, just to balance you out.
I should be fine.
Okay, just making sure.
But yeah, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so do you want to bring Julia with you?
Of course.
Okay, you take the stand, and Nautilus, being a dick, goes, please state your name for the record and your profession.
Okay, brother. Flebs Taylor, and I'm an expert.
Let the record show we are brothers, but I changed my name, and I'm clearly the more handsome one. And
less hygienic.
And the stenographer says, we will not be recording your attraction levels or your hygiene levels, although you do have yellower teeth. Mr. Taylor, how long have you known Mr. Branch?
Out of character. Has it been like a month?
About 2 months.
Okay. I've known Jericho for about 2 months.
2 months.
I like him. He's a good guy.
I did not ask your preference, witness.
Well,
please stick to the questions and answers.
Okay.
And in that time, how would you describe Mr. Branch's character?
I would say he's a very honorable man. Tries to do the best thing, the right thing at all times, and is very considerate.
And would you say, witness, that he would do anything for you as a friend? Now, if at any point you feel these questions are like getting cheeky, you can also roll to resist like a manipulation, like roll a charm roll. So that's something you can have in your sleeve as well, just a heads up.
Okay.
Witness, if you asked Mr. Branch to partake in violence or murder, do you think Mr. Branch would do so?
Not because I asked him to, but because he also thought violence was necessary.
Interesting. Members of the court, I would like to direct your attention to this conversation that was had within the vicinity of Mr. Taylor and Mr. Branch. And he pulls up it's like one of those like hidden cameras. And it is a conversation where Flebs is basically saying about killing Nautilus, and Jericho, much like everybody in the party, is in agreement that, you know, that's probably for the best. And the crowd kind of all murmur amongst them, and Nautilus says, no further questions for Mr. Taylor, thank you. And Endicott kind of looks to you. Jericho says, Do you want to go up there and say anything to him? Do you have anyone you want to call? That might be a good idea. We're on the fucking ropes here, Jericho.
We're on the ropes and it just started. That's insane.
I mean, you were there admitting to trying to murder the prosecutor. It's not fucking great, is it?
Oh, fair. Objection. These recordings are taken out of context. It has not been said what the prosecutor had did to provoke such a conversation.
Sustained. The accused cannot call for an objection.
Since when?
Since we started practicing law. Also, if you have that implication, I suggest it's asked to a witness, Mr. Branch. As it stands, the evidence shows you agreeing that murdering the prosecutor, regardless of whether you knew him or not, was the justified answer.
A justified answer for a heinous crime, although committed under I'm pretty sure the full knowledge of the moth itself.
That is a severe accusation, Mr. Branch. And I would advise you to focus on your trial before bringing the reputation of this hallowed organization into it.
It seems to be one and the same, and the defense calls Wendy.
Okay. Wendy saunters up there, takes has brought like a pillow, and like rests it against the back of the witness stand so they can just like lie back.
I don't remember Wendy's last name. Is it just Wendy?
Hut Harley.
Hut Harley. I'm calling her Wendy.
Understandable.
Miss Wendy, can you describe the effects that this man, pointing at Nihilus, has had upon you and your family members, to the best that you can with an emotional reason?
Yeah. To the best of my abilities, damn. He's a cunt. Let's start there. Yellow ass teeth. Broke ass shoes.
Stop roasting him. Tell him what
dusty ass weave. Oh, okay. All right.
Dahlia starts snapping from the back and smiling.
Dusty ass weave. All right, fine. Okay. Look, I gotta be honest. Stormbringer, to this hallowed court of which has been fucking messing with my family. I don't really like any of y'all. And what you're doing to Jericho, it's kind of fucked up. But what you did to me, what you did to my sister, you see you got this screen up here. Well, how about your little gremlins? How about they show what happened in Yarnum? Would it please the court to show what happened in Yarnum? And there's a little murmuring, and the stenographer nods and says, "Very well. Show the footage." And sure enough, it's the image of you guys walking in to the grand church, and you see Vicar Amelia clutching that piece of evidence you got, being twisted and changed, and you see the violence and the damage that all of you undertook, and critically, as this evidence is being shown, you don't see Nautilus in the video, so it's something to keep a note of. And Wendy says, "Well, that right there is my sister. Hadn't seen her in a long time. In fact, I left the Hotel Inertia just to find out what happened to her, just to get away from all of this. It was your boys that did that to her, did that to me. Oh, and if it pleases the court," and she stands up and she starts changing, not all the way, but changes enough. She says, "You all did this to me. That prosecutor did this to me." And then the footage goes back to her with red eyes, fighting you in the elevator. Dahlia using the big whammy. Jimmy nearly breaking an arm, trying to hold off a raging Wendy. And she says, "It's not Jericho Branch who should be on trial. It's all of you. And I swear to God, if you find him guilty..." And Endicott does like the stop thing with like a hand across the, like, "Yeah, no, stop." And she takes a breath, says, "Fine. That's all I have to do. Any other questions, Stormbringer?"
No, Wendy. No, not for now, at least.
Okay.
Thank you again.
And since dear Callista has just joined us, we're gonna skip scenes for a minute, and we're gonna go over. So Margot, you are taking the unconscious body of OF Province down towards the doctor area with Nolan. And as you get into the room, there's no doctor in there at the time. A pillar of blackbirds emits in front of you, and Callista is dropped unceremoniously back into the room. And we'll do the conversation with Lady Death in a little bit, but I want to just throw that back in the deep end. And Nolan kind of grins as like, "Well, damn, no, he ain't supposed to get anybody through that barrier. This your friend?"
Yes. Callista, I'm just... Where have you been?
Callista kind of like straightens up and looks around trying to figure out where she is for a second, then she blinks at Margot and says, I was with my lady. How much time has passed?
About an hour. And a half. Yeah.
Callista kind of blinks again and like kind of curses under her breath as she says, the trial has already started then.
Yes, they're in there now. I'm here helping with this, but yes, they're in there.
She kind of like glances at OF Province and says, what is happening here exactly?
Well,
It's a...
No, you go ahead, miss. You go right ahead.
No, please.
Well, Miss Obsidian Wing, my name is Nolan. I'm the Arbiter here. I'm the one who keeps order in the place. So anyone steps out of line, it's me they have to deal with. It seems your defense attorney may have been possessed. We're not entirely sure why or how. We thought we'd bring him away to somewhere safe. He tried to take the evidence from Mr. Branch. Pretty sad state of affairs there. There's a barrier around the building. No one can get in or out. Except you, apparently. But, I've known angels in the fallen to bypass the laws of magic, space, and time. So that's not out of the realms of possibility. Since you're here, I would greatly appreciate some assistance. We need to find this saboteur because it's gonna get bad if we don't.
Callista's expression kind of hardens slightly, like refocusing back on the mission at hand. She nods and says, of course, I'll do whatever you need me to do. When Lady Death summons me, the barriers of space and time do not apply, unfortunately.
Yeah, the guy kind of made that pretty clear, actually. So.
I'm gonna give y'all the room here. I'm sensing some tension, and we can be working together if there's a problem. So how about I give y'all 5 minutes, and we continue.
Callista kind of like glares at him for a second, and her wings puff up slightly, and she says, "Is that really necessary? I'm sure we could continue the work, regardless."
Well, you say that, and none of y'all have noticed what's going on with Province's body, so I'm gonna say, yeah, you need to get this shit sorted right now. This is a court, and I see a lot of conflict in my time. Whatever y'all's beef is, it's been building. Now, I don't want to see no fighting nor fucking in this building, but y'all need to figure that shit out now.
I assure you both of those situations are out of the question.
You can obviously turn down his offer if you want, but he's giving you the floor if you want to get that tension out of the way.
Callista like crosses her arms and looks away and kind of ultimately leaves the decision up to Margot.
Listen, we can talk about this or not right now. I really don't give a shit. I'm here to at least get Jericho out of here, and we can deal with this now or later. But I didn't. In that moment, I didn't feel like I had a choice, and I'm sorry if you are paying any consequences for the choice I made.
Callista, their jaw tightens slightly, and they hesitantly look back at Margot, and they say, I wasn't called to Lady Death for consequences per se, but I fear that the consequences this group will have to go through are more severe than what that demon made it seem to be. And I realize that you were not there when I warned the rest of the group. I realize that you didn't know any better. And I understand more than anyone here the temptation of taking that kind of deal. I don't entirely know all that the demon offered you, but if it was anything as tempting as what he offered me, then I know it's hard to resist. And if Lady Death had not warned me as she did, I would not have. I would have taken that deal in an instant. So I understand, Margot, but I'm not angry at you for doing that, for making that decision. I'm just afraid now of what will happen now that the deal has been done.
Yeah, me too. I feel like an idiot for taking it in the first place. Yes, I didn't know better, but I should have known better. And I mean, I feel like in the last 2 months, if you've learned anything, it's don't shake hands with strangers and make weird deals in back rooms. It's generally going to end poorly, but you are right. The deal was nearly impossible to resist at first, and then he played right into my hero complex and allowed me to save a life and think I was doing someone a favor and gave me the excuse to do it. So here we are, and I guess we'll see what happens when it happens.
Yes. I suppose there's not much choice left but to do that. I'm sorry for lashing out, but you have to understand that as I said, Lady Death warned me against this demon, and she told me the consequence that would happen if I accepted my deal, and as tempting as the deal itself was, I couldn't. I couldn't. So, I suppose we should help Jericho then.
Yeah. Yeah, this way, I guess. And starts gesturing towards. I don't technically know where we are, but
You're in the doctor's area, so that's cool. Lovely. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's bounce back over. So I don't want the trial to take ages. Obviously, y'all know this is like the slow paced part before the big paced part, but we gotta do it. We built the trial up for 3 months. We're doing it. Okay. Nautilus takes a stand again and says, it has come to my attention that there are accusations being lobbied around here, and we will address those in time. They're coming from unreliable and vulgar sources. However, when we speak of vulgarity, we speak of necromancy. I would like to direct your attention to Exhibit A, and the video flashes up, and it is a slightly different video, Jericho, of what you'd seen before, from the evidence you've got, but it is just a golden shot, a money shot, if you will, of you being pulled away, trying to bring back the bodies of your mother and father. It's not long. It is certainly not as detailed as yours, but it's there. And Nautilus says, here you can see an example of necromancy being performed by Jericho Branch, trying in vain to bring back that body of his mother and father. And to further my point, Jericho Branch would do it again. Oh, yes. For I know that he has learned so little in his time here. Defense, your witness. And he walks away and gives you a sly grin, Jericho. And Endercott's going to kind of wait on you. So if you want Endicott to speak, he will. Otherwise, we're going to leave it to you. Just so that I'm not doing my own defense and prosecution.
I understand. I have a character in this situation.
Mm-hmm.
Would it be okay if I showed them basically the extended part,
I
portion
think
of
that
it?
would be a great idea. Yeah. And actually, now our historian is here, Lucy. Could you do me a favor and please put all the evidence pieces into general in your own time, just so we have them?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you very much. So the evidence that you are utilizing is the hard drive for this one, Jericho.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, please go ahead.
The defense would like to take the stand. Now, I'd like to take a moment to actually thank the prosecutor for Nautilus for once again providing amazingly edited, partially truthful enough to not be considered a lie, but still not outright being forthcoming evidence. Yeah, you haven't changed a bit, my friend. And he flashes him like a fake smile.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to show you an extended version of what happened that night. Now, I don't think this will change anyone's minds on the necromancy charges, but it gives you context that is sorely needed. And do I present the can I like magically like manifest the memory from the disc, or does it have to be given to somebody? Teach how you want
You
this
can,
evidence to play
yeah,
out.
you can just kind of present it, and there'll be a magical like bubble, and it will go up to the judiciary committee, the one who's speaking to you. I need to give them a name.
Cool. Well, I present to him, and say aloud, "This is a memory, taken from the broadcast towers of that night. Please, if you could show everyone." And I hand it to the team or the evidence corner.
It's bubbled. It gets bubbled up and sent over, so no one has to move.
Awesome.
Very well. This is Exhibit B. Let's take a look. And sure enough, video plays, and it is the extended version of what you saw, Jericho. And what you experienced that night. It is very clear that you were under some degree of influence. You didn't actually try. You didn't fully get to the necromancy part, and you were pulled away before you could fully kind of get into it. But it is clear to anybody who knows what they're looking at that there is some influence going on within you from a magical perspective.
As you can see, I was young. I was looking for something that I lost, and pushed there by means that I think that everyone here can see weren't solely fueled by my own volition. But most importantly for this scene, I want everyone to take note of this, of how the prosecution has willingly tried to deceive everyone in this courtroom today, fully well knowing of what happened that night.
This is concerning. We will enter this as evidence and ruminate on what we've seen. Prosecutor, your witness. And Nautilus, he flashes you a grin, Jericho. And he says, "Salacious rumors are exactly what criminals will do, but that's fine. I accept that. I call Dennis Rowe to the stand." And the crowd all gasp, and it's like a courtroom drama. And Dennis, it comes in a pillar of light. And he's staring directly forward as Nautilus says, "Please state your name and occupation for the purposes of this trial." "My name is Dennis Rowe, and I am currently the head of the Order of the Moth, serving directly under Magister Corellinius. And I grew up with Jericho Branch." Now, Mr. Rowe, you were there that night, and you were there when Mr. Branch left, never to return. What say you to the character of Jericho Branch? And Dennis kind of stares straight ahead and says, "Jericho is a betrayer. He left us all to rot. He was the glue that kept us all together. Me, Nishandra, Kruger, we relied on him. He was the Stormbringer. He was going to bring glory to the Moth. I tried to stop him from raising his parents, but he insisted. Jericho deserves to be here." Do any of y'all want to say anything, do anything before I continue? Just to give you a moment in pauses. I realize I do a lot of dramatic pausing, so I just thought I'd check.
I'm good on my end.
Julia hisses at Nautilus.
Nautilus hisses back.
Ew.
And Nautilus kind of smiles and says, "Well, if the closest friend of Jericho Branch says that, someone who's known Jericho for over a decade, that tells you all you need to know. But still, This is a fair trial. Defense your witness.
One second. I'm thinking of what to do next.
You got Dahlia there as well, remember?
And when using your ability, you said basically it's okay on anyone in the courtroom besides the Grand Magister.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend doing it on the Magister. I think that would be a bad idea.
That's okay. That's what I thought. Well, he'll before attempting to like gather a new defense situation, Jericho will lean back to Dahlia while Nahlis and Dennis are finishing up and ask her to read Dennis's mind if she can.
Okay.
You got it, dude. Teach, what am I rolling? Sorry.
To read Dennis's mind? You will be rolling, You'd be rolling an investigate a mystery to find out what is being concealed here.
Hey TJ, while she's doing that,
Mm-hmm.
would you like me to include the like witness statements in general as well, or just like the evidence that's handed in?
Whatever you want. I guess include everything if you want to. It's absolutely fine by me.
Can Flebs roll to help out because of my eye?
The roll has
Or is
already
it
been
too late?
done.
Oh no.
You can roll. I've read about this sort of thing though to make your own attempt. But Dahlia, you got a 6, so mark experience. You try to probe into his mind and you get nothing. Just complete feedback loop.
Dahlia leans right up to Jericho and whispers very softly, "No go."
Although Flebs, you know exactly what this is because this has happened to you. This is so Nardless did to you to pick on you. Dennis is completely being manipulated. You're not even sure that's Dennis Rose sat there, but you know that Dennis's body is enshrouded in the same kind of magic that Nardless has put you under before to make you do stupid things. And it's the same magic you saw other people on these floors coated him.
Okay. So, and that's with my eye, right?
Yep, that's with your eye.
Yeah. So I'll just kind of relay that to Jericho.
Oh, all right. Flebs. Okay, Flebs. I'm gonna call you to the stand. Get ready to tell the court what you're saying.
Okay.
Defense calls Flebs Taylor back to the stand.
You have
And
nothing.
if you don't mind,
Nothing more for Dennis Rowe, Mr. Branch?
no. Please, we need Mr. Rowe to stay exactly where he is.
Wait, you said his name is Dennis?
Yes.
No, that's not Dennis.
Pardon me?
How can I convey this to the court? I mean, it is what I can see with my eye, but
Speak plainly, Mr. Taylor, and we will interpret.
okay. So, Lady Death gave me this fake eye, but it's actually got a trick, a power to it that lets me see magic. And this same type of magic that Nautilus casted onto me, I'm detecting in this room on Dennis.
Grandmaster, if you would be so kind as to cast your own form of magic detection, I think you'll see exactly what Mr. Taylor is trying to relay.
Okay, so you're asking the Grand Magister. Okay. So, Magister Coriolanus, he's been very quiet this whole time, and he waves a hand, and all of you feel the energy change in the room, and all the flames go out for a moment. And then an arc of light comes from Dennis, who is clutching at his head before turning into nothing. And Nautilus makes that noise that you would make when you put your hand on the stove, like an axe. And the lights come back on, and Dennis, the spirit of Dennis Rowe, whatever it was, is gone. And there is a lot of mumbling in the courtroom as the stenographer, I'm going to call Mallard, stenographer Mallard, says, "Enough, order. This is unprecedented. What is the meaning of this, Mr. Erdlith?" I'm trying to think what he would say in this moment. He holds his hands up and says, "Oh, very well. Magister, this is the Stormbringer, who willingly left our community to profligate out in Sturgeon, who has removed all of the 13 Sentinels. Yes, your retinue have been eliminated. Does the defense deny that they took 13 lives not 2 hours ago?"
No, I don't deny it.
Magister, those 13 people at one time had families, they had thoughts and feelings. And Mr. Branch snuffed their lives out in an instant. Should I have brought the real Dennis Rowe here? Yes, unfortunately, he is indisposed. I have no idea where he, Nishandra, or Kruger, the 4 group of vagabonds that I once spent my time with, are. So I did something a little unorthodox. Yes, I admit. However, Mr. Branch and his retinue, his friends, his cohorts, have caused nothing but damage while they've been here. And if you will not find him guilty, I will be forced to enact an old law. And he kind of sits there like he sits back and he's like, it looks like he's thinking about his next decision as the Magister is whispering something to Mallard. So you might want to confer with... Actually, no, you know what we'll do? Mallard nods and says, given the nature of what's just occurred in here and the sullying of this trial, we will postpone while the Magister makes a decision. If you could please exit into a recess, we'll reconvene in 10 minutes. This trial is adjourned. And that allows y'all to go outside and talk. And before we go to our break, let's jump over real quick to Margot and Callista. So the two of you have gone back out, and you are with Nolan. So you're trying to find where this manipulation came from. What do you want to do?
So, sorry, just so I'm caught up.
Yep.
What, I mean, I realize that Nautilus is causing some manipulation at the moment, but are we talking about something different that happened?
You don't know. At this moment, you don't know, and you don't even know what's happened in the courtroom. You just know that someone has manipulated Province, and that's about as far as you understand it as you're following Nolan through the back area of the courtroom, or the judiciary building.
Hmm.
I'm looking at moves and trying to decide if there's a question I want to ask.
Yeah, I was about to do the same.
Yeah. We will be taking our break in about 10 minutes.
Can I investigate a mystery?
Yep. Okay.
Sick.
All right, a 10. Yeah, are you
The
doing...
first move. since I got here.
Yeah.
All right, are you doing flexible alternative or are you doing regular investigate mystery for 3 questions? For
well,
2 questions.
Well, I wanted to ask just what happened here.
You
investigate mystery.
Okay. Yeah, you see that there is before the charm was cast to protect the building, there is a trail of manipulation magic, and as we have established, it leaves traces. And you can see it. It had a thread that was leading towards Province's body, and it tapered off about 20 feet ahead of you down the hallway, and it looks like Nolan may have noticed it as well. Someone was here, and they were manipulating Province, but it doesn't look like they're here now.
I'll relay that to Margot and ask her and Nolan, like, do you think anyone will remember who was standing here?
Well, security camera may have caught it, but we're in an area full of wizards and mages. I mean, they can hide. It's not exactly difficult. No.
It's not exactly a foolproof security system, then, is it?
No,
Well,
I suppose it's not, but, I mean, you gotta take a huge risk, because if you're caught committing a crime here, it's a very swift punishment. So whoever did this, they were brazen. They were willing to take a huge risk. And that brings to mind 2 kinds of people. The first is someone who knows that they can circumvent everybody here because they're so powerful or they're so clever. Or it's someone who simply doesn't care as long as the job is done. That bring anybody to mind for y'all?
Sounds like someone we know, unfortunately. Do you think the footage could have been manipulated already? If whoever cast the spell had to go into the courtroom immediately after?
Oh, it's possible, yeah. But hey, we can get it.
We could at least try to see. It's perhaps something that, if it is who I think it is, hopefully he would have suspected that we wouldn't have been able to get to it so soon.
Well, you think it's this Paint Gunkerson I keep hearing about?
Well, no, probably not, but, well, I guess we can add him to our list of suspects, but...
Yeah, he uses paint camouflage. He's pretty dangerous. Yeah, okay.
We don't know how much paint Mace he's armed with.
He takes you to the security area, and just to skip some unnecessary, we'll trim some fat here. He talks to the security guy. They go and look at the footage, and sure enough, yeah, the footage is there, and there is an individual standing in a little alcove, using their foci to pull someone out of a bag. Literally, they're pulling a human being out of a bag and dropping them to the ground. And it's Province. And this person puts the foci to the temple of their head as a small light, and then the bag is given to Province, or just left on them, and this person goes out of shot. Who do you think it is?
Well, I was thinking it was Nautilus, but
I was too.
now that seems maybe too obvious.
Okay. Give me both of you give me a sharp roll.
There's also the person who we haven't identified yet as the one who's been feeding all this information to the concierge. I think, right?
Yeah.
Okay, you got a 9 or 12.
Yay.
Okay.
Oh my
Nice.
god!
Margot,
Look at you.
Margot,
Who is this Callista?
Margot, you think it's Nautilus. And Callista, sure enough, you think it is too, but there's something off about the appearance. And it's frame by frame, and you, obviously, we've established that Callista's kind of weird with technology. So I feel like as you're watching it, your eyes pick it up, and you say something to the effect of make the frame go back, make the picture go in reverse, or something a little bit awkward, boomery almost. I need to see it again. And they go back bit by bit, and
back in time.
And they stop, and in between walking off the camera and being the last image, you see a pair of horns on Nautilus.
Oh, Callista immediately pales, and like looks at the security guard and says, "Can we please have a copy of this footage as fast as you can get it?"
Nolan kind of nods to him, and they scurry away. And about 10 minutes later, they give you a small hard drive with the footage on it.
Callista looks at Margot and says, "This situation is worse than I thought. This is worse than even Nautilus interfering. We have to bring this to the court as soon as possible."
And yeah, okay. Let's jump back over to the rest of y'all sitting in a slightly broken Nightmare Detectives huddle. As you await the results of this shocking information. And don't worry, y'all are going to have some activity in a minute, so get yourselves ready.
Jimmy is just wondering if anyone else knows what law Nautilus was talking about enacting if they didn't prosecute Jericho.
Would at this point Jericho have any recollection of what Nautilus is referencing?
I think you would. I think you would have some knowledge. Now you're getting, now your body's refused. I think you would need to roll for it. Just to really kind of have it. I'll give you something, but I'm just thinking, what would that be? Would it be sharp roll or it's more mental, right?
I guess it'd be a sharp because I'm trying to recall it.
Yeah, I'd say sharp then. Yeah, I think that's fair because it's a mental recollection. Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Yeah. You know exactly what he's referring to. He is talking about an old law. And it was a case of, he was someone who always liked the old ways, and, he kind of felt that, if you couldn't do it through law and democracy, then you would basically have to kind of go under what he went with. It was E Dolore Magna Gloria, which is from suffering comes glory. And the law stipulated that two wizards would battle for the right to survive, and it was to the death. A modern way of saying it is Mortal Kombat. He would basically, there were ways of doing it in a civilized manner, and you kind of realized the note that Dennis left you was a civilized way of doing it, because the two of you loved your guns. Doesn't mean it has to be civilized. You could very easily have a very violent wizard's affair. But something in you, especially on that 12, I got to tell you, 10, you realize that this might be tying into something he has on Dennis Rowe, because Dennis told you that there would be a reckoning, that, that he had to do this, he's got your back, but, a full circle situation with the guns, Nautilus saying that means he might nominate Dennis to do this for him. And this is typical Nautilus, seeing things before they happen, being the chess master, looking further ahead. But if he does...
I look towards Chewy and say, think of it as a trial by combat, and then go into more nuances that you just recently explained. And then ultimately ending with, I'm pretty letting everyone know that in a sense he can name a champion or basically a stand-in for himself. And knowing and thinking about Nautilus, that'd probably be exactly what he does. However, there is an off chance that with a little bit of pleading towards the Grand Magister, like that if that's what Nautilus wants to go about, then maybe we can possibly we can refuse to have him opting out of being the person participating not be the outcome, but it is one-on-one.
Of course, that slimy son of a bitch would make it a one-on-one contest, but I feel that if this doesn't go the way he wants it to go, it's gonna be manipulated in a way to put you at a disadvantage.
Oh, 100%. See, this is one of the advantages of being ugly like Nautilus. Not just externally, but internally as well. He has a lot of time just to think in his lonely solitude.
He is pretty ugly. I do concur with that.
Yeah. Honestly, be happy, Flebs. You're the attractive one in your fam.
Oh, thank you.
Y'all ready?
Yeah, I'm nervous, but
Okay.
let's go.
Man, I love this playlist, but the one I've been playing this entire time is a really lovely... This is like the most relaxing ambient I've ever had on while we've been chilling in this. This is... I'm gonna keep this for my own purposes. Okay. You've all been sitting outside, and Lily Quinn, the assistant, comes over, and she has a tray of drinks. Says, well, that was unfortunate. Is anyone thirsty? I know it can be quite stressful in there.
I would love something to drink, but can you confirm there's nothing in there that's going to, enchant me or drug me or...
Yeah, I mean, I made these myself, but I understand. She taps Gus, her familiar, who lights up, and he stretches out his tongue, and it hits one of the cups on the side, and they light up, and you can see inside them, and there's no unusual chemical compounds, no magical influences or anything like that.
I'll take the one that his tongue hit. Thanks, Lily and Gus. You guys are great.
You're welcome. Do any of you want anything to drink?
I'll have some, please.
Yeah,
Okay.
sure, I'll have some, please, ma'am. Thank you.
Mr. Taylor, I added something. I had some Tums. Just I thought you might need it.
Oh, thank you. Yes.
Miss Rose, I've got yours. I did put a little bit less sugar in there. Just worried about you shooting the gun off. I'm sure you understand it.
Yeah, I have a tendency to do that. Thanks.
Miss Hadhali, I put some bourbon in yours. And same for Mr. Jimmy. I figured you two might appreciate that.
I do. Thank you kindly.
So yeah, you all have your drink. Does anyone want to have a quick discussion, or are you ready to go back in?
If Lily was still around, Jericho would like to ask her, like, so how long does this whole mediating process usually take?
Well, we don't
It's-
normally have sabotage in the courtroom. That's not something that happens. I mean, I'm not gonna lie to you, Mr. Branch. I made these drinks partly to calm my own nerves because we're in lockdown and there's sabotage in the court, and everyone's looking at. They're watching their backs right now. I'm a little bit nervous myself. I've been doing this a long time, but I'm still just an assistant. Yeah, I don't know. The Magister makes very careful decisions. I know someone went to visit him during your recess to talk to him. I don't know if it was on your behalf or against you, but
Huh?
yeah, I don't know. I don't know, Mr. Branch. I'm not even supposed to tell you that someone was there, but I kind of feel bad for you.
You're really good. You're good at your job. You should stop being an assistant. You should go for that promotion. You should really sit in that. You seen the prosecution? You seen him anywhere? You see which way he went?
Oh, Nautilus? Oh God, no. I stay far away from him. He's
Yeah, he kind of smells.
well, yeah. I mean, smells aside, he's just he's bad vibes. You know, bad energy.
Unpleasant, musty, dusty, crusty.
Yeah, yeah. And then
This goes on.
Endicott's, not Endicott, Wendy just goes, broke ass weave, dusty weave, ashy skin. You want me to keep going? And like they click their fingers like the whole time.
A lot of her insults are based around hair and/or skin. I think it's a Wendigo thing.
I mean, yeah, TikTok too, but yeah, sure, yeah, we'll go with that.
Don't bring TikTok.
And yeah, she Lily says, no, I try to stay away from him. There's an area where the prosecutors can go. Maybe he's in that room. But generally speaking, I think everybody just left him alone. And she has this look on her face when she says that. Like a really uncomfortable realization. And she says, I gotta go. I'll talk to you soon. And she literally just turns on the heel and rushes away.
It's gonna take a moment. Should we go looking for Margot?
You won't need to, because what they're doing is going on at the same time as you guys being in court and having the recess, so don't worry about that. Those two are happening at the same time. Yeah, the recess ends and the doors open and you're called back in.
All right, y'all. All right, team, let's do it.
Win this.
You guys take your seats. And the group are congregating at the top, and Magister is nodding to Mallard, who takes a look at the courtroom and sighs and pinches the bridge of their nose and says, given the events that have transpired in this courtroom for the foreseeable future, we are going to be unable to proceed. It is, or was, of the opinion of this court that Jericho should be prosecuted. However, Mr. Branch, Magister would like to take a look at the evidence you've acquired. Please, could you pass that up to me?
Of course. Before doing that, can I roll to read a bad situation?
Yeah.
Just
Okay. Yep. What do you want to know? You got an 11.
Generally, okay. Does this seem on the up and up? This is like
This is a trial.
This
It's pretty
is like
normal for them to ask for the evidence. You've already given them other
It
evidence.
is, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just making sure like this is
No, I get it.
cool. It isn't like
I get it. No. This is not a bit. They are asking because they want to. You don't know why, but they have the right to ask for it, and it would be unusual for you to withhold after giving them the other bit. You have another question, by the way, because you got a 10. So.
Okay. You mind if I hold that one for later?
Sure. You got to use it while in this trial. So if there's anything you think of or you notice, then okay. Yeah.
I had them.
Luce, would you mind dropping the other evidence and what it is into the chat, please?
Yeah, like what,
just all the
which
other bits that were accrued. Don't have to rush yourself. Just I know. I'm just trying to remind myself. There was the paint memory.
Do you want me to
oh,
write it down?
I wasn't here for any of that, so I don't know.
It's okay. So there was the
you want me to just write it down instead?
It's fine. I was trying to remember the evidence. No. Sorry, I'm confusing y'all. What I meant was the 5 pieces of evidence you've acquired in the Hotel Inertia.
Oh,
Those
oh,
5.
oh, okay.
So I'm trying to remember what they were.
I think I do have that then. Sorry.
That's okay. So we got the paint memory. We have the music box. We have the hard drive, which has already been handed over. We have the
watch?
The timepiece.
The
yeah,
pocket,
the watch.
the timepiece, and the 5th one. What was the 5th one? Oh, the book.
The fifth one was the book.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Yeah, the book. Okay.
I did see a memory, but that wasn't evidence.
You did. Yeah, that's okay. So yeah, you hand them all over, and silently the Magister holds them up and actually begins using them one by one. So the paint can is unfurled, and the image on the far left, or your right, shows a young Jericho Branch fighting against his uncle for the first time that the Stormbringer is enacted. And then the next memory was you being bullied by Nardless, a young Nardless, and in that bubble. And then you, again, enact the Stormbringer powers and turn his teeth yellow in the book that you were given. Next is... oh gosh, what would the next memory be? Next memory would be you trying to dig up your parents and utilize the spell against them to bring them to life with that influence Nardless had over you, with everyone pulling you away. After that would be... I'm assuming on the timeline it would be you when you signed with the order. Mm-hmm. Said you would serve and be of service, and your body being there with Nish. And the last memory would be... What was the last... Gosh, my memory is famous, so I wanted to have it in the chat. What was the other memory? Correct me if I'm wrong, Jericho.
Yeah, sorry. I realize now that that's what you meant by evidence. I was typing the court evidence in there.
That's
I mentioned the So wait, you mentioned the uncle situation, the Nihilist bullying, the digging up the corpse, the signing of the signal paperwork, right?
Mm-hmm.
Signal contract.
Mm-hmm.
Was the last one? Fuck. The last one we got was from like Jericho being reunited with his body, right? Would have been. So is it the knowledge that like Dennis and Nish like basically helped him?
Yeah, I think that makes sense. And so that they all play out as the Magister looks through it all. And do you want to look closely at any of these, or like any of you, or are you again? I'm not saying that as like a red herring, but like, are you happy with watching this play out?
I think Mo Jericho is very like intensely silently watching the memories.
The Magister reads through them, if you will, interprets them, and eventually they stop, and the evidences are put down, and he shakes his head and motions to the interpreter, who listens intently and looks over to where Nautilus should be, but isn't. And says, your evidence has been brought in and has been considered against your deeds. Mr. Branch, before judgment is rendered, we would like to ask you about Tent City and the pursuer.
Ask whatever questions you may. I got nothing to hide about it.
We want to know what happened there.
Initially, upon going to Tin City, we didn't really know what we were there to do besides find a memory. Found an old lady who knew me from years ago. Had some soup and told her we'd help her out. See, the people from Tin City, to any member of the mob's knowledge or not, we're actually being experimented on by the moth. We went there to confront the scientists who had apparently been assigned to conduct the experiment. Some kind of harmonic spell made them docile, confined to their houses, didn't move. Some of them were able to resist it, like the old lady, like Robin. But upon inspecting the Mirror's household, we found that he wasn't anything but a husk, with a machine playing to constantly emanate that harmonic echo previously mentioned. And with him was a black spirit, a pursuer. And
I see.
There's more. I figured I'd tell you everything and not have to have a dramatic, but Mr. Branch did ... But continuing from where I left off, I destroyed the music box. I made a deal with the pursuer that should me and my friends come to blows with the concierge, that the pursuer would aid us, and it agreed. But it also showed us our way back to Yonam to reunite the group. But not before we got witness to what happened when the mouse little harmonic experiment stopped. The people left their houses. They could stand, they could walk. They wanted to kill each other. They seemed like they were compelled to kill each other, and so they did. I saw the old woman who said she knew me, who had a memory for me, get her head smashed in with a rock. Sweet woman. Probably never saw the person coming. Definitely didn't deserve anything she got. Saw her grandson, who had been our guide there, run back to the city. I assume he's dead. Last thing I heard from him was a message that was sent from him to maybe his last message to his last living friend in the communications tower, who then was killed by the concierge. Yeah, Tent City was a tragedy.
On that we agree. Mr. Branch, if you'll sit down, we would like to bring a couple of your colleagues, friends, to the stand.
Of course.
Mr. Jimmy, would you please take a seat in the witness stand?
Yes, if it pleases the court.
Mr. Jimmy, there is no prosecutor, and at this point, this is a character interview. In a few words, would you mind telling us your relation to Jericho Branch and your opinion of him?
As far as relationship, Jericho Branch is my friend, a de facto leader of our little group of misfits, if you will. As far as his character goes, he is probably one of the most upstanding gentlemen that I personally know, and I am honored to call him my friend.
I see. And would you trust him with your life?
Yes.
And while you've been in this hotel, has there been anything that you, or you feel Mr. Branch, feels you should regret?
I regret none of my actions here in this hotel. As far as what Jericho feels, I can't tell you how he feels. Only how I feel, and that is I have no regrets of my own actions taken in this hotel.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Taylor, if you could.
Okay.
Mr. Taylor, Nautilus is your brother, correct?
That's correct.
In a polite manner, if you wouldn't mind, could you please describe the character of Nautilus as you knew him versus now?
When I was a kid, he seemed normal. He's my older brother. I didn't detect any evil in him, but I was taken when I was 9, and next time I see him, he's looking all evil, so I don't know. Something changed.
Something did change. Yes. Mr. Taylor, do you think that something drastic could have happened to Nautilus during that time you were not there? You say something changed. What do you think it could be? Was there a motivation,
I don't know what
perhaps?
Happened. Not that I know of, but Nautilus picking on Jericho in school. How old were they?
Probably about between 12 and 14, I would say.
So something happened within 1 year of me leaving or being kidnapped. So immediately after.
Well, when...
Even.
Okay. Yeah. Roll to act under pressure, Flebs. Okay.
Fuck.
Okay. You think you know what it is, but it's not fun. You are asked a question that sort of really upsets you to the point where they dismiss you, but I'll ask it anyway. Which is, when did your mother die, Flebs? What would Nautilus do to bring her back? And I'm going to leave that with you to stew on for what that implies.
Oh no.
It kind of leaves you in a very uncomfortable position as you are excused from the witness stand. You sit down And you're not like blubbering, but you put your head in your hands kind of thing, and I think the realization kicks you in the face.
Yeah.
And at the same
Before you start the next one,
Mhm.
can I ask the other question of?
Yeah.
I just want to ask, are there any dangers that I haven't noticed yet?
Yes, Jericho, there most certainly are.
Oh god.
Anyone want to take a guess before we escalate things?
I mean,
In character, out of character?
I suppose out of character, but I mean, you could ask it in if you want to ask the interpreter.
Is Nihilus controlling the interpreter? Right?
oh god. Either that, or I'm fucking terrified that the Gravedigger is just impersonating somebody at this point.
Is it weird if I said you're both half right?
Oh god.
Ah.
That's what I was afraid
You're
that you'd say.
you're both partly right, and yet you're both partly wrong.
Is it? Well, maybe it's not the interpreter then. I'm worried that it's the Magister. To be honest,
I'm pretty sure it's the Magister.
I'm
being
afraid it's the
controlled.
Magister. Yeah.
Oh, y'all are so wrong. You're so wrong.
Oh well, okay.
Can I roll to use magic after the whenever it is next available?
I mean, yeah, sure. I still don't recommend you attack, but yeah. So.
No, not attacking. I want to kind of tuning in on the.
Do you want to roll it
something I haven't
now, and I'll
noticed.
tell you where it lands in the conversation?
Yeah,
Okay.
Let's do it now.
Oh, Flebs, make sure you mark experience, bud.
Oh yeah. Thank you.
Oh my
problem.
God.
Okay. What are you rolling magic for?
Jericho, after kind of like listening to line questions, wants to focus in on the interpreters, like anyone in the courtroom to see like if he detects, I guess, the Nautilus like magic influence over them, or a different magic aura around them.
It's not Nautilus, but it's a different aura. And I'm gonna say this is of short duration. You get 5 seconds, and it immediately overwhelms you. But it is a black aura. It's almost like a deadened aura. And it is not the thing about it is that you don't actually think it's coming from the Magister. And I'll let you figure that out. You'll learn what it is in a minute, but you don't think it's actually the Magister. The interpreter shakes their head and says, "It has come to light in the recess that Nautilus has been working behind the scenes, and unfortunately was not alone in his endeavors. Jericho, the Moth and the Magister do feel that there is still some issues we need to work with regarding you, your position as Stormbringer, the fact that you disobeyed orders and took out the 13 Sentinels is something we can't ignore, and there will be a reckoning for that. And if it were up to us, or rather if it were up to our disciplinary committee, you would be stripped of your powers and summarily excommunicated, if not executed. However, someone pleaded your case. I was Mr. Rowe. Mr. Rowe has decided to act as a right hand of the Magister. And when dusk's final light begins to fade, you two will face in pistols. And whoever survives, that justice will be considered be counted. And it will be commuted. Do you accept these terms? Oh, it's gone.
I'll
we
accept the terms of this agreement. But I will first off say, After after the things that brought me here today, after what we've done in the hotel, I don't. It's not fair for everyone here to say that I stopped aiding that I ever stopped aiding them off when I left. I thought our goal here was to protect Sturgeon. Seems like a lot of members of the Moth only have the idea of protecting themselves within the establishment. So sorry for not being selfish.
We're gonna pause that scene for a sec. Margot, Callista, are you and Nolan just going straight in? Like, are you just heading straight for the doors? Are you gonna burst in, kick the doors in? What's the situation here?
I mean, that's kind of what Callista wants to do, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if Nolan and or Margot will stop her, but she has the hard drive, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. No, go for it.
This seems like a Callisto and Margot move.
I mean, subtlety is not our strong suit.
No,
so
no,
I do
no.
feel like this is.
So.
Although,
Mm-hmm.
sorry, I was gonna say, I don't know if Callista would outright immediately tell Margot what she saw, so I'm assuming Margot would like ask about it.
Yeah. What did you see? What is so wrong?
And like this is like as Callista is already walking toward the courtroom with the hard drive in her hand.
Her then.
And Callista says, like, doesn't look back at her even. It just says, it's not Nautilus that cast that spell. It was the Gravedigger again. It's here
Margot.
again.
Oh shit! And Margot just kind of runs to catch up and help bust in the doors, I guess.
I love the idea, by the way. I love the idea of this playing, like, again, like kicking the doors. Like,
oh shit! Of a courtroom, no less.
And they have to do it in sync. Like they have to.
Yes, just like right foot out, just
like I'm imagining that they're double doors, and Callista takes one.
What is the meaning of this? This is a court. Yeah, no. Okay, so at the same time, this conversation is happening with Jericho and the trial's going on, and they say, well, if there is nothing else, then when dusk strikes Jericho Branch, you will take pistols with Dennis Rowe to settle the matters within the Order of the Moth. So saith the Grand Magister, this court is adjourned. Boom. Doors open, and Callista and Margot saunter in. What is the meaning? Who are the two of you?
Friends.
Yeah, Callista almost storms in and kind of takes a minute to assess the room because she hasn't seen it yet, and then she steps forward and holds up the hard drive and says, I hope the trial isn't over yet because I have something to show the court.
Very well. Please state your name and relation to the accused.
My name is Callista of the Obsidian Wing. I am a member of the Nightmare Detectives.
And your relation to Jericho Branch?
Callista glances briefly at Jericho and says, friend.
And you, madam?
Margot Sloan, and also a friend and co-worker of Jericho's, I guess.
Very well. What is the evidence you are entering into consideration, and what purpose?
The evidence that I'm entering into consideration is the reason for the defense attorney's strange behavior earlier. There has been some magical influence outside of simply Nautilus, and in fact, it is a danger that everyone in this courtroom needs to be aware of, because it perhaps has already permeated it already.
Okay, so you hand that over, and the image flickers up. Okay. Everybody, I think Peach messaged me they're AFK at the moment, but everybody, please make make a sharp roll, please. Everyone in that room. Okay.
Guys,
All
what
right.
the fuck?
All right.
Wow.
Callista,
I got a 12 last time.
Callista, fail. Jimmy, fail. Flebs, an 8.
I have +2 on it. It's
Yeah.
Come on, Margot.
Oh, I thought I did already. Or
Nope.
is that... Oh, that was the old
No,
one.
yeah,
Sorry.
you didn't.
Oh, okay. Well, then I fucked it up. That's why.
You got it this time.
Come on,
Let's
come on.
friggin'
All
hope.
right.
Oh,
Margot.
yes,
yes,
All right.
yes.
Hey!
Okay, and Jimmy and
That
Jericho.
too sharp.
All right, roll.
Oh, you got 12. All right, so Jericho. Critically, the one I needed to see it was Jericho, so that's fine.
Nice.
Jimmy and Flebs. So Jimmy, you don't see anything in the footage. It's just normal footage. Callista, you're not paying attention. You're looking around.
I've
Flebs,
already seen it.
Flebs, you recognize something's up in that footage. However, Margot on the second look and Jericho in particular, well, you two see the image look at you and it smiles. And the lights go out in the building and you hear the sounds of people teleporting into the room. Several of them. And a voice rings out and says, "Oh, I couldn't agree more that things need to change, that there is a problem. Did none of you consider why the broadcast tower was silenced? Why the doors were closed? And why we were operating in the shadows? Of course you didn't. And I'm
Actually,
tired.
y'all considered that.
I'm tired of this fallacy." And you say that, and the voice bristles and says, "Very well. Did you consider this?" And you hear a slashing sound, and the Grand Magister falls forward, dead. And the voice continues and says, "The Order of the Moth is dead. It is useless and it has outserved its purpose. Instead, I give myself to something grander. Brother mine, I told you I would do anything to bring our mother back." The lights come back on, and you are surrounded by 6 hooded individuals with skull masks. It's the Gravediggers. And Nardless is standing there in front of you, Flebs, and says, "I meant I would do anything to bring her back."
Fuck you, Nardalis.
He hits you. He doesn't use magic. He hits you square in the stomach. And looks at you just with absolute contempt. And he stares up at the body of the Magister with a sword sticking out of his back, and says, "Well, you cut one head off, another will come back, but it matters not to me. I have nothing left for this place. And I will not waste another year of my life with people who will not do what needs to be done to protect and rule Sturgeon the way it's supposed to be. That city is poisoned. It cannot last on its own. Jericho, there may be hope for you one day. But you, my friend, you need to go through the fire first.
Don't tell me what I need to do to sell out.
I believe at dusk you have an appointment, and I would rather not keep you waiting, so while your friends are busy, perhaps you should go. You don't want to be late to your appointment. If you want to stay, or try to stay, you're going to have to roll to act under pressure.
I will definitely like to roll to act under pressure.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Fuck. Well, on a 10, you definitely do. What do you say? Like to convince him, or not even to convince him, but just like to stand your ground and be defiant.
With lightning like arcing around his arms, like getting ready to cast spells. He's gonna look Nihilus in his eyes and tell him from across the distance they have that. Actually, Nihilus, if I remember right, I think you owe me a fight.
His eyes gleam, and he turns his head to the left and says, "I can take him." No, I know the plan has changed. I know the plan has changed. I could do that.
No, you can't.
I could do this. And he's like, shut up, and he grins and says, "Very well. I suppose there's no reasoning with a dead man walking."
That's the spirit rat catcher.
All right. There are in this room several of these, and I'm gonna get your tokens out. Dahlia about there. Callista, you're gonna be down here with Margot. Y'all are gonna be so mad with me by the end of this session. I'm not even kidding. You don't know. You don't know what I have planned, and I kind of feel bad. Jimmy there.
No.
Jimmy there. Flebs. Flebs here. What time is it? Okay, we're good. There's Jericho. Jericho here. Nautilus here. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make some. You'll understand why in a minute, but I'm gonna just use one token, over and over again, just to make this easier. Okay. What I would like y'all to do is we're gonna actually no, we'll use the sharp rolls. Dahlia, could you give me a sharp roll, please? Thank you. I'm going to have to use a default on the token, if you'll give me just a minute, please. Where is my tokens? Oh, nope, nearly gave them Uncle Ruckus. That would not be a good idea. That would be very uncomfortable. Okay. Alright, they're going to be blank for now, just to make this a little bit quicker. Okay, so Gravedigger Nexus. I will sort that out in the background while y'all are figuring things out. So there's one for each of you, effectively.
Oh god.
And I will sort this out while we play this in the background. I will adjust this and that so it doesn't get complicated. Just say the grave digger nearest me, and we'll work that out. Okay, and Dahlia, you got a 9. All right, so top of the order, it's gonna go Jericho, Margot,
Oh damn it.
Dahlia, Flebs, Jimmy, and Callista. Okay. Definitely
Okay.
not complicated to follow. All right. So Jericho, what are we doing, bud?
With the gravedigger's close. Wait, is the gravedigger close to me, or do I have like a clear line of sight at Nautilus?
You're within Nautilus. Like you can definitely go for it.
Actually, no. I'm going to use magic on the gravedigger closest to me.
Okay. So the gravedigger you're gonna go for is Nexus, and it's the one beneath you down here. Okay. Let me. Yeah. What kind of move are you utilizing?
Like a lightning blast.
Okay.
Like basic blast with the effect being lightning.
Okay. Yep. Do you still have an advantage from anything?
I don't remember what it was from, but I had a +1 roll to weird when we were back on the 13th floor. It might have been like temporary with Jericho getting the new body or getting reunited with his old body.
Okay. Then I'm gonna say you can add that here.
Thank you.
I'm nearly done with these gravedigger tokens as well.
Nice.
Awesome. So like while extending like his arms like to blast next to the lightning, he doesn't like stop making eye contact with Nautilus.
Okay. Yeah. So you got an 11. And you're trying to channel the Stormbringer. But you did a weird roll, so this is only gonna be a partial. If you want to do the Stormbringer, that needs a big magic, but that's fine. We're doing a weird roll for now. And what from your move set are you taking? What move?
For my moveset, I'm using. Wait, okay, now I'm confused. What do you mean by that?
So you're using a weird roll for your magic, right? What spell are you using?
From the did I not just roll a weird roll, not use magic?
Oh yeah, from the weird roll. But I thought you were trying to get at him to do something. On a weird roll, what was your
lightning
achievement?
is the effect.
Oh, sorry. There we go. Sorry, the Discord does that thing where it pulled all your audio forward again. That's so weird. It does like a 5-second delay. Sorry, say that again, please.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I was just rolling to use magic as my kick some ass roll for the gravedigger closest to me.
Oh, so you're using the gravedigger, not the not Nautilus, right?
Yeah, no.
Okay. You what spell are you using? Are you using lightning? Are you using magic missile?
Lightning with the blast effect. I figured she was close enough for it.
Okay. Yep. So that's Gravedigger Nexus. Let me make a note here. And how much harm are you going for on an 11? So what's the max harm this does?
Blast does 2 harm. Lightning adds +1 to harm, and
3. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. You hit this the Gravedigger for 3 harm, and you see its body shake and convulse, and it takes a knee. And that's Gravedigger Nexus. I'm going to start putting the other ones in now because I've just made them. So if you'll give me just a minute, guys, and then just so it doesn't get confusing. Cool. So let's just delete these off again. Okay. If you haven't got the music up, because I know, Dahlia, you said there's some problems with music. The current music is the Fury soundtrack, which is just pumping electro. It's very good for this sort of thing. Okay. Nexus. So, the Gravediggers we have are Gravedigger Nexus, the Gravedigger of Denial, the Gravedigger of Regret, the Gravedigger of Choice, the Gravedigger of Acceptance, and the Gravedigger of Grief. So I figured that would make it a lot easier to follow. Okay.
The names concern me.
Well, you know.
A little bit.
Don't worry about it. Just don't worry about it. Okay. Next up, because I've got their sharps in front of me. Next up is going to be one of you guys again, because you got an 11. Wait, who was second highest? Margot, 11.
Margot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the closest, I don't know which one's closest to you. I think it's the. Let's have a look here. I really should have. I couldn't get the tokens done for them, but. Oh yeah. Okay. So the closest one to you is the Gravedigger of Regret.
Okay. Let's see. Do I have specialist weapons against these guys at all, or no?
No. They're one of the few things you don't.
No. Okay. Then I'm gonna go ahead. Okay, so then I'm gonna use. Can I use my move Berserk?
Yeah.
Cool. Oh shit! I didn't mean to click that. Sorry.
That's okay.
Oh, it links it. That's really cool.
That's good
It's a
because I was
brilliant-
going to ask
That
what
is
it
what
does.
that
So
button
never mind.
Fun fact, that's what that button does.
So, Berserk, no matter how much harm you take, you can always keep going until the current fight is over. During a fight, the Keeper may not use harm moves on you, and you cannot die. When the fight ends, all harm takes effect as normal. This is thematically beautiful for me. This is you are giving me a storytelling gift right now. Thank you.
Welcome.
You won't be
Alright.
saying that in a minute.
So yes, we're gonna. I know, I'm sure. Probably gonna die here. All right, so yeah,
No,
we're gonna use
no,
Berserk.
you can't die. You literally
Oh, well.
can't
You can't
die.
Too angry to die.
That's awesome.
Local fighter too angry to die. Literally. All right, go on.
Okay. Do I have to do anything for it?
If you're doing so, you're casting Berserk. That's your movement. So do you have an action
Yes.
as well?
Ooh. Is shooting someone an action?
Yes, that I would consider that an action. Yeah, funnily enough, that
Sweet.
yeah.
Sweet. Then we're gonna go ahead.
If
and
it
pull out
didn't,
the shotgun
Dahlia
since
would
we're
never
so
stop
close.
shooting people.
This is fair. So yeah, then I'll pull out the shotgun since I'm right
Okay.
next to him.
Yep. Okay.
We're gonna just get close and messy and
Where are
Bam.
Where are you aiming for?
chest, center mass. Why the fuck not?
All right. Okay.
Let's see, and then
That was a very Margot response.
I know.
Very
I know,
Margot.
she's- It's. I've made a martini on break.
Mhm.
Let's see, and that kicks on this. Oh, shit. Suddenly can't find the kick some ass dice. There it is.
Oh, beautiful.
Nice.
10. All right.
Hell yes.
Beautiful. Okay. Yeah, on a 10, you cock that shotgun. Actually, no. You know what you do? In a fluid motion, you go berserk. In that sense, you cut. You no one's seen you do this before. You have almost a sumo-like stance where you pull your hands like an os like moveset, and it really centers you. All your muscles tense up, and your adrenal gland is pumping, and it doesn't stop, and you get heightened awareness. As you do a shoulder roll, you pull the gun from your back, you cock it, and you fire. And you hit this, you hit the Gravedigger of Regret straight in the chest. You see one of the bullets from the buck deflect, and 3 of them get sent en masse. And you don't know where the other 2 go. But like, sure enough, like as it hits in, you hear a wheeze, like, and again it takes a knee. So beautiful. Okay. Next up.
Or at least one of the buckshot went.
2. Yeah. Well, they just deflected. It's not gonna hurt anybody else.
Okay.
That's a mechanic I don't want to deal with.
Yeah.
Next up,
Flebs.
Flebs. You are nearest to the Gravedigger of Denial.
Denial.
Mhm.
Flamethrower.
Please
Let
don't.
me-
Please don't flamethrower right here beside me, please.
Yeah, he has a
Beg
lot of
you,
hair.
Fleb.
He's
It
gonna
might
catch
not be.
right on fire.
It might not be the best of
Extremely flammable.
ideas.
Well,
But hey, it's his game.
Set this whole room on fire, y'all.
Well, that plus Jimmy will.
it's more spacious than areas we've fought in before, but I don't
His fur is awfully flammable.
Jimmy's like weakness is fire, though.
Yeah, that's true. And he's standing right next to me. I'll use.
It's such a cool weapon, but oh, the consequences.
I'm curious. What if I pulled a sandal, Nautilus' sandal out of the juju bag and threw it at him?
Ooh,
Not
okay.
as like a means to attack, but like
to
Here,
like
take
shock
this.
him.
That's
Okay.
funny.
Dang.
I just
So
wanna
like-
see
so
if
like-
anything
So like a
happens.
psychological
Mhm.
attack.
Yeah. Emotional
Okay.
damage.
Emotional damage.
Yeah,
Mm.
because he did contact me and and
Yeah.
mention the sandal.
I mean, yeah.
Okay.
Mm.
Just want to make sure everyone else understands why I'm.
Oh
using
no,
juju
no,
bag.
I get it. Like I said,
Okay.
I wasn't kidding. A psychological attack. That's
Yeah, no, solid.
fight.
That's
Okay.
what I do.
Now
That's how
I realize it's ironic to say fight fire with fire, but
Yeah. All right. Assuming I get the roll. Here we go.
Wow.
Wow.
10.
jeez,
All right.
everyone's doing great.
Yeah. Tell me what this looks like, Flebs.
I look at Nautilus and I'm like, hey, brother. Remember when you contacted me asking for that sandal? Well, here it is. And I reach in the juju bag and just grab it and toss it to him.
Mm-hmm. What
It's
do
not
you...
too late for you to change your mind, brother. I'm still willing to forgive you.
What do you think? What do you think he does?
I think he would be really happy about that. Just basing Nautilus off my actual brother. But
But how do you think it would stop him in his tracks, or I'm just curious as to how you would interpret it.
yeah. See, he really seemed to want that sandal.
Okay. He looks at it and he stops reacting to everything around him and just clutches at the sandal. And I'm gonna pull him out of play while you guys are fighting. And we'll resolve him in a minute. Just a real quick side note. So I was just saying earlier about we might go over. I don't think we'll be done with this arc in 30 minutes. I think we'll be at a good stopping point in 45 to an hour max. Is that good for everybody?
Yeah. Right after that, I'll have to go to sleep.
Perfect. Okay.
I,
All right.
I
I'm good.
texted you. I told you I have to leave
Yep.
for an interview.
Yep. That's absolutely fine. All right. Yeah. As long as everyone's good. Thank you for letting me know as well. Okay. All right. Let's get back to it. So okay. Next in the order is Dahlia. And Dahlia, you are
And
closest.
Pete, I'm gonna be honest
Yep.
with you because I was gone.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I was gone for a minute, so I have no idea what the hell's going on.
Oh, it is going to take me way too long to explain everything, love. I can't do that. You're in front of a gravedigger. Let's just keep it really simple and condensed. You're in front of a gravedigger, as everyone else is if you on the map. It's just a case of you got a 9 on your sharp roll. So I just want to know what kind of combat you want to employ. I'll keep it real easy just so that you don't feel overwhelmed.
Oh, I'm about to whoop one of the gravediggers. ass.
Okay, so you are
big
nearest.
whammy, rolling now.
Yep, you're nearest to
I'm
the.
sorry?
You're nearest to the Gravedigger of Grief. So you're using big whammy.
Oh yeah, no, I'm a big whammy grief in its ass for sure.
All right. Okay.
Just fucking kidding. No, I'm not.
Yeah, got a 4. We're gonna say.
I leveled, though.
Okay, well
so
you leveled
yay.
up, so yeah, definitely take a look at some of the stuff you want to do. While you are trying to big whammy, something kind of overtakes your emotions, and you're just frozen to the spot. And this particular Gravedigger, it spin kicks you, and hits you right in the jaw. And you take 2 harm, and you go flying back. Next up is Jimmy. And Jimmy, you are closest to the Gravedigger of Acceptance.
All right. Well, Jimmy would like to reach down and take the bracer off to assume his battle form. And I am just going to roll to kick some ass to use a claw attack with,
Okay.
with devastating and the gauntlet effect. So.
All right. And
Nice.
you got an 11. Wow. Okay. Holy shit. Okay, so remind me how much that does.
It's gonna be +4 to harm. It'll be +4 harm. And I want to punch through his chest.
And that was
Or
4.
try
Sorry.
to anyway.
I'm so sorry. That was 4 harm.
Yes, sir, you are correct. 4 harm.
It actually does 7.
Oh.
Because you went through his chest. And you have this Gravedigger sliding down your forearm.
Alright, I just want.
It's
This is
stuck
gonna-
there, Jimmy. It is not cut.
Yeah, this is gonna.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this is gonna be weird. I want to pick it up and show the other ones.
Yeah, you
Like,
do
in
that.
an-
Oh,
in,
no.
in an intimidating,
Oh,
like,
buddy,
trying to intimidate
Don't you
them.
worry, you do that, and boy howdy, does that intimidate. But we're gonna leave that scene there for a minute, and you'll see why. Callista, you are nearest the Gravedigger of choice.
Okay. Man, how low did these things roll?
Well, that's an interesting question, isn't it?
Okay. I'm going to use summon my scythe and charge forward with that.
Okay. Cool. All right. So you got okay, you got an 8. And that's 3 harm.
Yes.
Yeah. You don't have a lot of space to maneuver. I will say that. So this is you basically. You're going up towards the benches, and then you're basically cleaving it, and then appearing on the other side, right? Like you're doing like a speedy shot. Okay. Yeah, you do it.
Yeah.
And you cleave through it. And it takes a knee, and all of them now. All of them except for the one on Jimmy's arm. They all take a knee. Oh boy. T just stalling because I know this is gonna suck.
Oh god.
Okay. Hey Jimmy.
Yeah.
I need you to roll an act under pressure before anybody else does.
Copy that.
Oh god.
Shit.
Oh, no.
Well, no, you know what? I get. You know how you just want some thematic rolls that you really want to be the way that that you want them to feel the way that you want them to feel, right? I wanted you to fail that. It would have been fine if you didn't, but I wanted that. Guys, you've been hearing Claire de Lune like every now and then. In fact, Jericho's been hearing it most of all, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's a song of melancholy. It's a song of serenity and peace. But most importantly, it's a song of love. Jimmy, you hold up this gravedigger, and it's gripping at your forearms. And... oh, God. Jimmy, the mask falls away from the gravedigger.
Oh, no.
And you see it is Tracy Lee White. And that doesn't mean anything to anybody else right now. But it is unmistakably Tracy. Clad in the skull candy makeup all the gravediggers are in. And a horrifying realization comes over you. And it's one that is about to hit everybody in that room, one by one. Because Nautilus, clutching that sandal, tears in his eyes, looks at you, Flebs, and says, "This is going to hurt you more than it hurts me. And there will be a reckoning." And every gravedigger stands up, and they take off their masks. Callista, the mask that comes off yours is the face of Paula.
Oh God, I knew it.
Amy, the mask that comes off yours is your husband. Flebs, the mask that comes off yours is your mother. Jericho, the mask that comes off yours is your uncle. Dahlia, the mask that comes off yours is one of your parents. And one by one, they all walk to the center of this courtroom. And they all stare, and they've got no emotion. And the one that's on Jimmy's arm, it is pried off by magic. Emotionless, unfeeling. And Nautilus drops the sandal and takes a deep bow as the doors bash open and all the other members of the Moth come in with their foci raised. And Nautilus says, "Well, this has been one hell of a reunion. And we'll see you again before all is over. We just wanted to show you that every sin is paid for in blood. This is the mark of the gravediggers. And we will take, and everything will return to the soil." And all of them bow as if they're finishing a play. And the lights go out. And they're gone. Oh.
Jimmy just hits his knees and he's shaking.
I fucking hate him
Right.
so much.
Flebs crying.
Yeah, Callista drops their scythe and it immediately disappears, and they just put their hands over their mouth.
Nolan is coming in and is looking around at all of you and looks at the Magister and the shaking interpreter who is covered in his blood and Nolan just kind of sighs and says, well, we knew this day was coming. We'll put the call out. Gravediggers have returned. Get them somewhere safe. Give them a drink. Shit. Well, not you, Jericho. I'm sorry, but
Yeah, I know.
you got an appointment. And Wendy's like comforting the group, and Endicott kind of stands up, sighs, real stony faced, more than you've ever seen him, and he puts a hand on your back gently and says, we have things to do, Jericho. There's time for tears, and there's time for action. Dennis is waiting. And I'm going to say with a lot of confidence that this is the lowest moment that the Nightmare Detectives have faced. Because in that moment, you've realized that this world has a lot of ugly things in it. Things that go bump in the night. Things that really can scare the pants off anybody. But you learn a lesson, and it's a simple one, but it's the same one that Nautilus told you. That for every action is a reaction, and every sin is paid for in blood. And as Jericho, as you go off, we're going to rewind the scene a minute, and we're going to go to Callista and Lady Death to add some extra context to this scene. Callista, when you're summoned, and everyone could take a deep breath because that was intense, but Callista, when you're summoned to the to Lady this time, what do you envision? Is it the same as we talked about before?
Yeah, I think it's usually the same. That forest with the waterfall.
Okay. She's waiting for you. She's set out a little like a table, a tea set. She's got your favorite drink, and she kind of gestures for you to sit down. There's a beautiful moonlight outside as she pours a drink in silence, and I think she's waiting for you to really start the conversation. I think she knows that you're probably eager to explain what happened, explain yourself.
Yeah, I think Callista's briefly taken aback by the fact that she's there at all, because this was like right after they got to that final floor, right? That she was summoned?
Yeah.
Okay. So she has a moment of like, I think she's used to disappearing in one place and appearing in another due to the flying, but I think it still disorients her because she didn't obviously choose to do that. So she takes a minute to adjust to where they are. And then after that, she approaches Lady Death and slowly sits down across from her and says, I think I know why you've called me here.
Yes, I imagine you do. Callista, you are one of the most loyal people I've ever met, and I want to repay that by giving you a heads up as to what you're about to deal with, but I need you to tell me what happened. I'm not omniscient. Dee can go out and find things for me, but it doesn't make me all-seeing, all-knowing. I trust you, as you trust me, and I'd rather hear it from you.
Callista nods and takes a deep breath, and it kind of shakes when she exhales it. And she says, the gravedigger returned to the hotel like I thought it might, to go after someone else in our group, but it went after the one person I wasn't able to warn the way that you warned me. And she was left vulnerable to the deal that it offered her. I wasn't there, but Flebs told me about it, and all I know is it made her a deal that she was unable to refuse. And she accepted it.
Well, this is what I was worried about. But... Callista, did I ever tell you how the gravedigger started?
No, my lady. I don't believe so.
They were a reactionary group back in the days of the primordial magic. They hated the idea of dying so much, so viscerally, so powerfully, that they found a way to circumvent it, to cheat. It's not perfect, though. Never can be. You know, to this day, I don't know if the people they bring back are actually taken from their graves, or if they just bring up a new version of them. But it's not them, Callista. It never is, it never was, it never will be them. You remember when you were in those woods and you heard Paola's voice, and you remember you fought her. How did you feel when you knew it wasn't her?
That it would use her against me like that? And I grieved her all over again.
But you knew, when you heard the voice for the first time, you knew it wasn't her. You knew it couldn't be her. That part of your brain was able to click in, right?
I wanted to believe that it was her, but deep down, I knew it wasn't.
She pours the tea and hands it to you and says, she's looking at you with the skull candy makeup and these glimmering eyes, and says, "Can you do that if you see her?"
I don't know.
And that's...
I'm sure it would be a lot harder to tell the difference.
Aye. And that's what I'm afraid of, Callista. Because that's what the gravediggers do. They use your grief against you. And they're getting better at it. I've seen them bring up people who walk and talk and act like those who I know are in the ground. It's not always that perfect. It seems to depend on who's doing it. But since someone took the deal, they have a way into yous. And Callista, it's gonna hurt. It is gonna be more painful than anything you've been through before. And I'm sorry. But But you're gonna have to walk through that fire, my kid.
Everything dies, that's what you said. And I know that, but if they use that against us, even if I resist, what are the others supposed to do?
Well, that's where you come in. I told you, Callista, that love is the most powerful force here. To love and to be loved. You need to tap into that. When they're all broken, when they're hurting, it's got to be you that pulls them together and reminds them that they are going to have to face them one day. Because the gravediggers don't stop. They will never stop. You need to be brave, Callista.
Yes. Well, I've been brave in the past. I do hope I have some left in me. Can you tell me one thing, my lady?
Of course. Anything, my child.
If the gravediggers bring back the ones we love, use them against us, are their souls safe where they belong? Is Paola safe where she belongs?
Lady Death, she gets up when you say that and walks over to the edge of the waterfall. And you can't see her face, and she says, "You know, when we ferry the dead over, their souls, we use these, well, now we use planes, but we carry them. They trust us. They have no choice. They're like babies. And we take them to a place that... Well, Callista, you're a form that transcends what humans understand, but even this place is beyond you. And you're immortal, but you'll go there one day, my child. And if there's one thing I can tell you with absolute certainty..." She turns around, it's just like a sad tear, a black tear going down her face. Their souls are safe. There is no coming back. It's a one-way ticket. Unless you get one of the divine beings to intervene and reincarnate you or bring you back. And let me tell you now, that is not what's happening here. That's what happened to you. That's not what's happening here. So yes, Callista, Paola is safe wherever she is. And you will see her again. But the physical form, it'll just be flesh. It's just a memory. A walking, talking memory. And I don't expect you or anybody in that room to know how to deal with that the first time, the second time it happens. But you're gonna have to learn. Do you understand?
As well, and her eyes flash with anger, and she kind of hits her hand down on the table and says, "Then those gravediggers are no different than those creatures that stole her voice the first time. And I smote it back to where it came from, and I will do so again. She is not theirs to take.
She walks over and takes your hand in hers and says, "No, she's not. You're absolutely right. Callista, you soothe people, don't you?"
I try.
Well, you're gonna have to really try, my child. Because they're gonna need you.
I will do my best, my lady. As I always do.
And the scene bounces back as Jericho is being led away. And through your own pain and grief, and you're struggling not to cry, you utter one word as you hold your hand up.
Peace.
And Margot, you are in bits, and the pain begins to subside, and you're able to control it. It still hurts, but you're controlling it. You take some deep breaths. Jimmy, you are no longer shaking, but you are taking in some deep breaths. And Flebs, you're not crying. And Dahlia, I know Dahlia's about to dip, but Dahlia, you're not crying. You all feel a sense of pain, and I imagine you will take a little spot in the room to sit quietly as the Moth members come in, and they, Lily and Nolan try to give you a degree of space and look after you. Jericho, you don't feel at peace. And I think that's partly by choice, as you are led out of the room towards you're basically getting a raw deal here, bud, but an arrangement. And before we do that scene, let's take a moment to take a break and just check in. So, Flebs, what did that do to you, first and foremost?
What did that do to me?
Yeah, like that realization.
Well, it's not cool. I'm not saying you as a DM doing this. Cool.
No, I know.
It's just
I know.
not cool at Flebs.
Yeah.
My mom being dead is something that I came to terms with, and to see her like that and her not even recognize me, totally unexpected. So it caught Flebs off guard, but I think Flebs realizes that that's not my mom, because she would be happy to see me.
So I think for you, there's a pretty quick process of knowing, there was that pain, and then knowing, okay, no, it's not her.
Yeah, but also seeing the evil that Nautilus is willing to practice in order to get what he wants.
Yeah. Okay.
There's a lot.
Yeah. No, it really was. Margot, I am very sorry I made you cry. That was, I am so sorry.
It's okay.
Have you calmed down a little bit, bud? Are you okay?
Oh, yeah. No, I'm fine.
Oh my God. I made you cry twice now, but that was not the point I thought I'd make you cry at. I'm surprised.
No, it's okay. I'm okay. It's just, just a lot to emotionally process, and she's very sad.
Okay. Understandable. Jimmy, for you, that must have been a gut punch, and I'm sorry I did not tell you before this as a player.
Yeah.
But it happened, bud.
out of character,
Uh-huh.
out of character, out of the game.
Uh-huh.
I fucking hate you right now.
I'm so
But-
sorry. I'm
But
so
it was
sorry.
great storytelling.
It really is. Yeah.
Don't give me material on dead loved ones. I will use
know.
it.
But back to character. Jimmy is in a dark place now because the last time he seen her, it was a bloody and broken body.
Mm-hmm.
And then, and you know what's bad is I felt the foreboding coming. As soon as you said the gravedigger of acceptance, and then you was like, oh, I really hate to do this. I was like, this nope, but, I was like, all right, but, so, after, Callista soothes us all, Jimmy would put the bracer back on, but he's pacing around, and I have a question for Nolan.
Yeah, he's still there. He's probably gonna be leaving in a minute to take. He's got to be with Jimmy. Sorry, with Jericho. But yeah, sure.
That we can attend this standoff between Jericho and
Oh yeah, I mean, if you feel up to it, you can definitely be there.
Jimmy would like to go with Jericho to attend this duel, as we'll say.
Okay.
Because if I stay here, we're in a confined space with a, freaked out raging monster right now. So I'm gonna go outside.
Okay. He's fine with that. He would just, put a hand on your shoulder and say, I'm the arbiter. It's my job to say this, but, cause fuck, man, what you're going through, you understand. If you rage, if any of y'all get involved, he's dead.
Well, I'm not looking to get involved.
Okay.
I just don't want to be in a small confined room at this point. So
say no
we're
more,
going
my
outside.
friend. You want a drink? You need anything on the way?
No, I don't need a drink right now. Thank you, though.
Yeah, cool. Does anyone else want to go out there, or do y'all want some time to yourselves?
I'll go watch.
Yeah,
I
Margot
want to make
will
sure
go.
Jericho makes it.
I say we
Yeah.
can't let our road dog roll alone now.
All right.
Yeah,
Alright.
Margot wants to go. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. No, I was gonna say Callista will go too, but I don't know. I was gonna say that Callista should say something to them, but well, I want to say it to Jericho too, but I guess I could do that separately. So yeah, I guess are we all just gonna leave with Nolan then? Because she'll say it to them like as they're all walking there.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Say what you want to say, bud.
Okay. So as they're walking to where to follow Jericho, Callista will kind of look at everyone and like quiet enough that only they can hear it, not like Nolan or anybody else. She'll say, I didn't realize it would happen like that. So soon. I'm sorry I didn't get the chance to warn any of you, but that was what I was called to discuss with Lady Death, and I asked her for you and for myself. And I just want to let you know, if it's as much of a comfort to me as it is to you, their souls are safe where they are. So don't let these gravediggers fool you. They are merely shells of those we love. Do not let them defeat you.
Thank you for that clarification. That's useful to me.
And it's not really them.
Callista nods and looks forward, and her expression is stony but like determined as well. And she says, it may feel real, but I think it's important to let you know that none of us actually hurt them.
Sure felt real.
And I'm sure it will again.
Okay. Anything else before y'all move forward?
No.
That was beautiful, by the way.
No here.
Okay, let's just
Yeah,
check
it
in with
was.
Jericho real quick. So, how's Jericho feeling?
Not too far from everyone else. Just knowing that just knowing that the day has to get a little bit longer before he can have that moment to decompress to kind of allow himself to feel. It's like now he has to go off of that and now have to go either kill or be killed by his best friend.
Yeah. I definitely, yeah. It's a lot of conflict, right?
Yeah. So at this moment, he's just trying to basically keep it all together for his sake, for what he might believe to be the group's sake. He's trying to just keep his head held high while Nolan takes him to rooftop.
Okay. And obviously, there's a lot to unpack with regards to how the Moth are gonna deal with this. You know, with the Magister looking like they've been killed and whatnot, but that is a problem for later. So, yeah, you guys are led out of the room and up to the second floor. Actually, no, you wouldn't be. Excuse me. No, you would be led right out to the front area because now the barrier's been dissolved. There's a lot of chaos going on, but they know now that they know what's happened. They know how it happened, and I imagine there's almost this feeling, and it's okay for it to be like, but there's this feeling of like, why do we have to still do this? And if anyone wants to ask that, by the way, they're welcome to, but there's this whole mentality of you got to carry on. And to a group like the Moth, where they've just had their way of life threatened by a rival group, I think they feel like they have to uphold tradition. And the judgment was carried out, so they've got to follow it, And, you guys go out onto the main steps and you see the town overlooking, it's like you could see this village in the distance, and Jericho, you could see like where it leads down to a nature trail. You could see your old school, the dormitory area, and I imagine there's a lot of fun memories there, right?
From some good memories, some bad memories.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. There was a weird delay again. I don't know if I think it might just be me, but it was definitely else called. But it was like silent again. Like I might have to look at fixing that. But next session, that's okay. It's just something to behold. And I was gonna get the image up, but we're running out of time, so I'm gonna leave that for now, and I'll put it in the chat in a bit. So all of you go and you will take a I suppose like a seat, and you go and relax, and relax as best as you can. As Dennis is standing there and waiting, and he looks a little bit confused, like, as to why everyone is wiping tears away and whatnot. I don't think he knows at this point what's happened. He's been sitting there looking at a book. And he gets up when you walk in and says, "So I guess the trial didn't go so well, huh, Jericho?"
Now, I imagine I'd have a pretty shit ending, but wow, if you could have been down there.
Yeah, I just saw people running around. I mean, Nish hasn't told me anything sudden happened.
Grand Magistrate's dead.
What?
Gravediggers, Nautilus. I'm sorry, I mean not talking in one word intervals. Nautilus, the Gravedigger. Him and other Gravediggers attacked the trial room. Grand Magister is dead. That was not some kind of fever hallucinant thing. No, old man is dead. And the Gravediggers he brought, or the thralls that he brought along with him, were all had the faces of me and my nightmare detectives, my beloved friends, as people of importance in our lives.
Jesus. Wait, I'm sorry. Magister's dead?
Yeah, from what I can tell.
Well, fuck, Jericho. That makes me the Grand Magister.
Yeah, well, that's a promotion.
No,
So how about you go ahead and like overturn this whole ordeal now, or something like that?
Jericho, look at your hand. Sure enough.
What? This? I mean, nothing.
Well, you made a pact, bud. Not only did you make a pact, but that is old magic that is bound to you.
Yeah, my pact was to not kill him.
No, but you also had an agreement to adhere to the rules. You already agreed to pistols at dawn. The moment the interpreter said, "Do you agree to these terms?" that was bound to you.
Fair enough.
I'm not even trying to screw you there. Like, they put that on you. And he shakes his head and says, "I removed that and you're dead." Man. Not how I wanted this to go. You know, I spoke to the Magister because I wanted you to have a fair chance, and I thought Nautilus would do some messed up shit to try and get you a little bit more culpable, but not this. Not this. I thought... I don't know. Look, man. I got your back and you got mine. And... don't miss. Okay? Let's just be honest about this with each other. Let's just be fair. The better man wins. If you win, it was meant to happen. If I do... well, then it's unfair. But that's life.
Don't say it's unfair if you win. Bro, you don't want to die here. I don't want to die here. Like you said, we'll make it fair. Just whatever happens, no hard feelings. Just small shit, right?
You got the bullet, right?
That's been inside Jimmy.
Yeah, no, he gave you another one. He put one.
The one from. Okay, gotcha. Making sure we're talking about that one.
Your friend will find he's one less bullet down. That bullet can only stay for so long. I put a little magic on it. Hey, look, we got to start in a minute, but I didn't think it'd be right without Nish and Kruger, so you want to talk to them real quick? We're all here. It's like a little reunion, you know? Oh, I don't know if my audio just went out. Wait, can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we
Oh,
can.
there we go. Okay.
I'm sorry.
That's all right. Sure enough, Nish and Kruger are they're sitting by the table waiting as Nolan, the arbiter, goes over and makes preparations. Do you want to bring them over and talk to them for a minute, or are you good?
Just Jericho will do a quick exchange.
Okay. Nish, actually no, Kruger comes over and she gives you a pretty firm handshake and says, "Hey, it's gotta happen, right? Just maybe one of you can come out of this. Who knows?"
Yeah. Just I don't know. Maybe I'm holding on to the idea that all four of us leave the hotel. It'd be pretty nice not have to be away from moth life, combat, Nautilus, killing each other.
Yeah, I'd like that. And hey, maybe you could just not hit a vital and they won't know any different. I don't know. I know you'll do the right thing, Jericho, and I know Dennis will too.
I've always appreciated your belief in us.
Oh,
Belief in our group.
it's the only thing I gotta believe in. You know what I mean? Look, I won't take any more of your time. Just, we believe in both of you. We love both of you, okay?
Hello. Love you as well, brother.
Nish pulls you in for a very tight hug and is like, not crying, but like bearing in your shoulder and says, "Yeah, I guess the pact doesn't matter right now. The law kind of supersedes that."
Yeah. And as he slowly wraps his arms around her, yeah, I guess it does. If it makes you feel any better, I always plan to keep our bond to the very end, to make good on the promises I made for you.
Yeah, I know. All right. There's no delaying it. Just do your best. And you go and grab the pistol. It's yours. They must have taken it off you when you walked into the courtroom, but it is your pistol. Or it's at least a replica. And the sun has begun to set fully, and dusk is shimmering around the area as everyone else is either standing or sitting. And the arbiter walks along Nolan, says, "As the law and the ancient traditions of the moth stipulate, and ones we will uphold even in the sight of unbridled fury from our enemies. The new Grand Magister, Dennis Rowe, stands with the honor of the moth on his back. Jericho Branch, the accused, will defend his own on E Dolore Magna Gloria. Both of you will take pistols. You will march 40 paces. You will fire. 30 paces, fire. 20 paces, and 10 paces. Until someone goes down. These are the laws of the moth, and they will be upheld. Good luck to both of you." And you both take a pistol, and you begin your walk. And you get to 40 paces. And you hear And I'll get your sharp roll ready, bud. 3, 2, 1, fire.
Oh.
Dennis rolls a 10. Jericho rolls a 14. The 2 shots fire out. And both of you take a shot. Dennis takes one right in the side of his gut. Jericho, you take one in the upper arm. And you take... let me think about this. You take 2 harm. Because he did roll a 10, and he takes 2 harm.
Alright.
You reload. And you walk 10 more paces. 3, 2, 1. Fire! Dennis's shot goes wide, and he misses you entirely. You shoot him, and you catch him in the upper right chest. And he goes down. And he has a hand on the ground, and he is gritting his teeth as he gets back up. And you do another 10 paces. 3, 2, 1. Fire! He hits you in the leg, and you take 1 harm. Oh yeah, sorry. Your last shot gave him 2 harm, and then your third shot, it hits him square in the stomach, and he is barely getting up. He is struggling to get to his legs under him, but he does. And it's your last walk. 10 paces. 3, 2, 1. Fire. And another 10 from Jericho Branch, and before Dennis can get the shot off, you hit him square in the chest, upper right quadrant. And the shot rings out, and Wolf and Saint fly off your chest. And everything goes very silent. And Dennis holds the gun up in front of you and pulls the trigger. And you hear a click. And he smiles. And for one last time, Jericho, you think of that phrase. After all, who else would I trust it to? And the hand lowers down, and Jericho, his face doesn't, and he sits there smiling as the last vestiges of light go over his face. And the Arbiter says, "E Dolore Magna has concluded. Jericho Branch is exonerated. The Grand Magister is dead. Long live the Grand Magister." And
Sure.
oh, so go ahead.
Jericho will just drop the gun, start walking towards Dennis's body.
Yeah. Don't worry, we're finishing up in 2 minutes, by the way. Do you do anything when he's lying there or sat there? He's like on his knees, basically.
Jericho will embrace his lifeless body and just start like crying into his shoulder.
I think Nish and Kruger will come over and do the same thing. And you're all just sharing a moment. And Callista,
Yes.
Could you make a sharp roll, please?
Sorry, what's that?
Mm-hmm. 10, perfect. Callista, you notice out of the corner of your eyes, you're sort of like watching, and then you're averting your gaze as this is going on. You notice that there is someone watching from just by the door, and it's Wendy, and you go over to her, and she looks very tired, and this obviously is taking a lot out of her as well. And she says, we got a message, Angel Dust. Job's not done yet. Looks like we got one more floor to go to. And it is a message from the concierge. And it says, rest up, eat well. I owe you a full rooftop tonight.